All right, good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting with the Anson County Board of Commissioners. I want to welcome everyone who's in attendance in the audience and also everyone watching live on our live stream. We do have a packed house. We have a full agenda, so bear with us. We're going to work through all this. We're going to lead off tonight with our invocation, and I'm going to call Mr. Reverend Jeff Glenn from Ansonville Baptist Church.
Lord, we're thankful for this day that you've given us and for the many blessings of life that's been ours. I pray for this meeting tonight and for these commissioners, and realize, Lord, they have to discuss sometimes some seemingly difficult situations and circumstances and issues. But Lord, I pray, God, you give them the wisdom they need. Lord, sometimes they have to make decisions that are not popular. But God, I pray that we would all come together as citizens of Anson County with a better understanding and cooperation of how all of us can work together to make Anson County a great place to live. Lord, there's a lot of things wrong with Anson County, but God, I pray we'd focus on the right things that are good with Anson County. We'd focus on those things. I pray for those who are in attendance tonight who have questions and concerns, that God, you'd give them the wisdom as well. Just lead us and guide us in all things that's said and done tonight. And may whatever decision they're made be for the good of Anson County, but above all, Lord, for your glory. For it's in Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that invocation, Reverend Glenn. All right, this time I'll ask Commissioner Ellerby to lead our Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if you all will stand with us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Ellerby. All right. I'm going to read our ethics statement. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid both conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the board tonight? If so, please identify the conflict and refrain from any undue participation in the particular matter involved. So are there any conflicts at this time? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All right, I got ahead of myself. I do have one amendment we need to make. Under the manager's report, we need to add item C, which would be the acts report by Ms. Tanya Bird.
My motion still stands with the amendment.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the amended agenda. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so tonight we have 4 public hearings that we're going to conduct. So it's going to be a little lengthy process, but we'll work through it. We'll open and close each public hearing, and if there's any action to be taken, we'll handle that. So our first public hearing is going to be for our ACTS, our Anson County Transportation System. So I'll entertain a motion to enter into public hearing for ACTS.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Little Reed, second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bird.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
I want to thank you all for allowing me to be here tonight. It's that time of year again to apply for the NCDOT 5311 Administrative Grant and the Combined Capital Grant. This year, NCDOT has allocated $176,138,000 for the admin grant, and $39,976 for the combined capital. The admin is a 15% local share for the county, and the capital is a 10% local share, which makes it a total local share for the county, $30,421. The administrative grant, that includes 80% for the federal, 5% state, 15 local. That covers the 3 admin positions in our office. along with the marketing purchases, janitorial, phone, internet, and the my travel and training expenses. And the capital this year will include the new software, scheduling software, the training for that, the tablets that will go in the vans for the drivers, and the Sims for the tablets. Does anyone have any questions on that?
All right, in your package, you can see the detailed invoices for the tablets that she's proposing, also the trip, I don't call it trip counter that she's got. Can you explain what that is?
Yes. So I went to the conference in April to see the different softwares. The software that we have now is all manual. We do everything is handwritten. Once the drivers go out to pick up the clients, they handwrite everything. From the time they pull in, the time, the mileage, the time they leave, they do the exact same thing. When they get to the destination that they're taking the client to, they have to put down the time, the miles, everything. So I went to look at the new software to see what all options we have. Because once they get into the office, all that they wrote down, one of my admin staff, they have to take all that information and manually enter it into the computer. And then once we get all that in, then we have to calculate everything, once again, to send it all out for the billing. And it's very time consuming. Our scheduler, she puts once we get all the appointments put in for the day and she prints everything out, we have to manually sit down and route out each route for the driver every day. This software will do it for us. The drivers will be able to just click the button on the tablet when they get to the client's house. It will basically do everything. It will actually call the client to let them know that the driver will be to their house in like 15 minutes. I saw about 4 demos for the software. I narrowed it down to 2, and then I had them show that to my office staff. We decided that we really liked the TripMaster. It was the cheaper of the 2, and 70% of the North Carolina transits use that software right now. They was very thorough with the demo that they gave to us. They actually had it mapped out for Anson County to show us the roads that it would go on in the demo that they had for us. So with that, I think it would be beneficial to Anson County. If anyone calls us right now, we're not able to add anyone to the schedule. If we would get this software, anyone could call us and we could type it in, and the computer would reroute all the drivers to see if that would make it possible for us to go pick that client up right now, to take them to go get their medication or to go get some groceries or whatever they may need to do.
So overall, this technology, I'm going to call it, is going to make ACTS more efficient in their daily operations.
Yes.
So, okay. All right, are there any other questions on the admin grant? All right, at this time, I'm going to open the floor for the public to comment on the ACTS grant, the fiscal year 27 admin and capital budget grant. I'm sure there's any comments or questions on that. All right, hearing none. No other comments from commissioners? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to come out of public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. We have a motion by Commissioner Ellerby, second by Commissioner Gatewood. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, at this time, is there any action we need to take on this, the fiscal year 27 admin and capital budget?
I make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ellerby to approve the admin and capital budget for ACTS, second by Commissioner Gatewood. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrd. All right, next up, we're going to enter into another public hearing, reference to Anson County Stone. So I will entertain a motion to enter into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Ellerby, second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Evening.
Good evening.
So we'll jump right into it since we have a full docket tonight. So for the first public hearing for a zoning matter tonight, we have a Class A special use permit identified as SUP 25-0005 for the extraction of earth materials facility submitted by Anson County Stone LLC. So since we have a full house, and just to give everyone a refresher course, with a special use permit and the hearings associated with it and the application and permitting process, there can be conditions tied to the special use permit. However, there are statutory guidelines on the types of conditions that are tied to it, and they need to be agreed upon by the board and the applicant. Now, one thing as commissioners that you'll have to do as you hear the testimony of persons withstanding, we're considering the findings of fact. You're looking for evidence demonstrated by their competent materials that demonstrate these findings of fact have been met. After we close the public hearing, the board can deliberate and have their discussions and will take action. And again, if there's any conditions tied to it, they'll need to be agreed to by both parties. Okay, so jumping right into it, like I said, it is a Class A, which is heard by the Board of, or decided by the Board of Commissioners. This will be a quasi-judicial proceeding, so persons with standing will be heard. Persons without standing will be heard at the pleasure of the board. So jumping into the nitty-gritty of it, so this is a development for an extraction of earth materials facility on two separate parcels, approximately 488 assessed acres, currently zoned as Rural Agricultural 3, or we shorten that to RA3. So just to kind of give you a lay of the land, there are several diagrams on the wall here. They're also in the packet that you received, but approximately it's near the intersection of Hollywood and Diggs Road, which is approximately 1 mile north of the town of Morven's jurisdictional boundary. But the project is completely within the jurisdiction of unincorporated sections of Anson County. None of it will impact the towns or any of their ETJs. And as I was saying, this is the property. It is two separate parcels. Just one parcel happens to be split by the road and has a parcel hook, but it is two separate parcels that would be affected by this permit. This just shows the relation of the area for zoning purposes. So that green shade is RA3. If you look to the west, you have the light industrial, and then slightly to the southwest, you see that shade of yellow, which is R20. But the area is predominantly zoned as RA3 or light industrial. Looking at site conditions, this is pretty indicative of how the site exists today. It is currently in timber, so it is a managed timber tract. Some of it has been harvested in the last several years, but a lot of it is still in timber. And this is just the view as you're looking up and down Diggs Road. So in terms of existing development, like I said, it is RA3, and most of that tract is in planted pines, and it is not enrolled in present use value, or what we would call PUV. And again, as indicated by the prior map, most of that area is RA3. There is some light industrial in R20 as you approach the townships. Now, in terms of standards, we'll look to the zoning ordinance for extraction of earth materials, which provide the standards that the applicant has to meet. But we'll get into that in a few moments. Another thing when we're looking at this 10,000 foot view is we want to look at environmental features. So you'll notice that this area does have wetlands. These are 100-year flood zones. or sometimes they call it Zone AE, or 1% annual flood area. This is designated by FEMA, so any development that occurs in there, they may need additional approvals or insurance standards. But I just wanted to point it out. Some portions of it are in an AE flood zone. The other environmental feature that routinely is examined is the presence of wetlands. So when we look at the NWI layer, which is National Wetlands Inventory, we can see that this parcel either abuts or contains approximately 97 acres of wetlands. Now that's doesn't mean that's what will be impacted or anything. That's just showing what's in the vicinity of the project. Any project, not just this one, but any project that it will impact wetlands may require a 401 or 404 permit, which is handled by state or federal agencies. But I'm just bringing it to your attention that they do occur. As with most projects, especially one of this scale, we want to look at transportation. So the parcels in question do abut Diggs Road, which is a bi-directional road. It's a minor collector and secondary route as classified by DOT, which just means it's a feeder road. It feeds into bigger roads and has a 60-foot right-of-way, and as of 2023, I believe it had a traffic of approximately 300. Now, the applicant has had a traffic impact analysis performed. I'll let them speak on that more if they choose to as part of their material, but they do have new information regarding that road. In the vicinity, although not abutting the project, is Hollywood Road, which is a slightly smaller road in terms of function class, but it's essentially the same, 60-foot road, very seldomly traveled, and so that's just something to give consideration to. Okay, so now this is where we jump into the nitty-gritty and get into the weeds of the application. So these are the high-level categories that are considered by the zoning ordinance that the applicant has to meet. And so we'll kind of go over it and hit the highlights or any major points of concern or mentioning. So the first one is their site plans. The applicant has submitted numerous site plans showing current conditions, activities associated with the development, rehabilitation site plans, and they're all within the packet, but they're also on the wall, excuse me, should anyone want to get up and see them a little clearer. Let's just go through these. All back up. What you can see here in these indicated site plans, this is the activity site plans. You'll notice most of the extraction activities will be occurring in this region, the southwestern portion, with overburden stored across the road and to the northern portions of the parcel, with most of that activities, crushing, screening, storage structures, that sort of thing, in the yellow shaded areas. This would be the rehabilitation development. Once the company has left the site, they're required to rehabilitate it. In blue, you'll notice most of that will be reclaimed to a pond or lake, however you want to term it, depending on its size. And then the rest would be resloped and revegetated to ensure that there's no erosion issues. So then going through the other requirements of the ordinance, we require that it's a minimum lot size of 1 acre. Their activities well exceeds that. You know, the total permitted area will be 491 acres with an affected area of approximately 276. As I touched on, they have provided numerous site plans that meet all the requirements of the ordinance. Then when we go to the operations plans, this is kind of where the company presents to us what it is they would like to do with the facility. So assuming all permits and approvals are granted, they would anticipate commencing operations in approximately September of 2026. And based on the granite in the area, they expect the resources to last for well over 50 years. In terms of operations, they would operate 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, closed on Sundays, and they would be closed to shipping on Sundays as well. and no blasting would occur on weekends or holidays. In terms of extraction, it would focus on granite with approximately 500,000 to 1 million tons extracted per year, depending on market conditions. Continuing their operations plan, in terms of methods, it would focus on removing the overburden, setting that up in stockpile, spoil piles, managing that so that you don't have erosion. It would be vegetated. The granite, once exposed, will be blasted through controlled measures, collected, and then crushed, washed, sorted, and stockpiled. Part of their operations, they would take several measures to reduce dust, and they will do that through wet suppression systems, spray bars implemented on trucks, and they'll have wet sweeper trucks that would go onto the roadways in case any of that material tracks onto the road, as well as certain portions of the facility would be paved to eliminate tracking of the material onto the road. They would have a vegetated buffer, which is detailed in the site plan and the ordinance. We require that, but there's several ways to meet that one. In terms of water for the operation, most of their water needs for that operation will be serviced by collection of rainwater that is stored in the ponds to be reused at the facility. Now, their domestic water needs, they intend to implement either a domestic well or a municipal connection. They're still exploring that one, but the water requirements for that are very minimal. It's just to operate the offices, so no large municipal connection for the quarry operations. Any excess water would be discharged under an NPDES permit, which is regulated by the state with quite a bit of analysis, sampling, and public reporting. Any wetlands that would be impacted, like I said, would require that 401 or 404 permit, but right now it's anticipated to be no jurisdictional impacts to wetlands. Continuing the operations plan, like I said, we do require that rehabilitation plan. They have submitted that, and most of the area would be converted into a pond or sloped and revegetated. In addition to the rehabilitation, state statute requires that they have a bond as a performance guarantee, so they would secure that in accordance with state statute. In conjunction with their operations plan, like I alluded to earlier, they did do a traffic impact analysis. I won't go into a ton of detail. I'll let their experts speak on it should they wish, but they have done that. They've evaluated truck routes, which is something we required in the ordinance to kind of demonstrate what truck routes they would be taking. And they've submitted a plethora of other documents for anyone who wants to read 700 pages. It's there should you wish. But they've submitted appraisal value studies, archaeological studies, environmental studies, and they've developed several other good faith policies, I guess, so to speak. They have a good neighbor policy, a blasting protocol policy, and a blasting notification policy that they've all submitted as part of their operations plan. Moving forward, we also require that they indicate their truck routes. And so one unique aspect of this facility and just where it's located is there is a 17-ton weight limit for the Diggs Road Bridge over Jones Creek. Now, NCDOT, as a part of a STIP project, has that bridge scheduled for replacement in 2028. So some of their traffic routes will dictate on that bridge's replacement and when it's performed, but all the communications I've had with the applicant and with the DOT says that that bridge is slated to be replaced in 2026. And so when we look at these truck routes, kind of hard to tell here on this imagery, but pre-bridge replacement, 100% traffic is anticipated to go north along Diggs Road. Post-bridge replacement, It would be split 60% to the north and 40% to the south along Diggs Road. Okay, moving on finally from the operations plan, we get into the rehabilitation plan. I've already touched on most of this, but it would be converted into a pond. Stockpiles would be graded and sloped and revegetated for stability. They will have a bond pursuant to general statute, and as required by the ordinance, the rehabilitation plan has been referred to Brown Creek Soil and Water Conservation District, who concurred and recommended the rehabilitation plan, finding that it met or exceeded standards. Okay, so a lot of these are requirements set by the ordinance that the applicant has demonstrated that they've met. We'll just go through them. So in terms of setbacks, they have met all the setbacks required by the ordinance, which is a 100-foot setback from any parcel boundary line for all structures. And then earth extraction activities or any of that accompanying activities must meet a 100-foot setback from a right-of-way or parcel boundary line. That's been met as well. In terms of screening, the way the ordinance is structured, there's 5 different ways that screening can be met. Right now, the applicant intends to use the 75-foot of existing vegetation to meet that. Excuse me. They will also install vegetative berms along the perimeter as well, which will serve as screening and buffer, but will also help in sound. Erosion control, they have submitted an erosion control to NCDEQ to control erosion, sedimentation, runoff, those sorts of matters. In terms of nuisance control, none of the activities will shine lights onto neighboring properties. In terms of noise, all their operations are required to meet 70 decibels from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and 60 decibels 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then that's required by the ordinance. And as indicated by the applicant, the blasting activities will be during Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., not occurring on the holidays. And part of their proposal and their blast notification is if anyone in the area wishes to be notified, the applicant can provide them notification of that blasting before it occurs. Moving on, spoil piles. We also require that spoil piles can't be used to satisfy screening. The applicant's actually going above and beyond the requirements of the ordinance to use spoil piles as berms as an additional screening measure and as an additional form of sound buffering. They will be sloping and vegetating all the berms to conform with erosion control measures. Permanent roads, which I alluded to earlier, there's a section in the ordinance where we require that a certain length of roads that access a public road be paved. That will occur. And just overall, their operations or rehabilitation plans do satisfy the requirements of the ordinance. Not to belabor it, but reclamation bond. For rehabilitation and reclamation, they will secure a bond pursuant to General Statute Section 74. And even in the ordinance, we require that if that section of statute is ever amended or repealed to no longer require a bond, the applicant has 60 days to secure that bond in favor of the county with the same sorts of conditions. Okay, so, and I've passed this updated sheet around to everyone present, commissioners. So, as a part of their application, the applicant is requesting several conditions tied to the SUP. Now, as we go through them, I will tell you the vast majority of these memorialize existing standards within the ordinance, state, or federal standards. It's just them showing their further commitment to meet these standards and adhere to them. One condition of note would be item 15, and we'll talk about this a little bit more. So in item 15, the applicant, if you remember when I was talking about screening, there's 5 ways an applicant for a facility of extraction of earth materials can meet screening requirements. The applicant is saying that they'll meet that, which is subsection A, and they'll go in above and beyond that with subsection B to provide additional screening and buffering. it's just them going above and beyond is essentially what it amounts to. So given that many of the, or all of these conditions are memorializing standards set at the local, state, or federal level, or self-imposing more restrictive standards, it is my recommendation that the board would consider and adopt these standards. I will say, in particular for item 15, which is also on the sheet in front of you, when the planning board made their vote of recommendation, there was a lot of motions made, and I would proffer that the board accept the applicant supplied version of the condition for item 15. It's provides a lot more clarity and conformance with standards. So overall, the applicant has presented a application and proposal that meets all the requirements of our ordinances. It's met all state and federal requirements that are required at this point. Some of them they're still working through, but it meets everything required at the county level. And like I said, they've done a lot of work to go above and beyond and provide detailed reports and analysis on the project, its impacts, and just different things associated with it. So like I said, given all that it goes above and beyond, it meets the standards of our ordinance, the state level and federal regulations, and where it's located is suitable for this type of facility, it is my recommendation that this special use permit be approved with the proposed conditions. That is the same finding that the planning board came to. Now, their recommendation for the condition was slightly different for item 15, but if you go back and watch the record, it just got conveyed a little differently. But they recommended the project and saw no issue with it and commended the applicants on their presentation. Now, back up one. At this time, are there any questions from the commissioners for me?
Can you put that last slide back up? But I'd like to see the recommendation from the planning board. I have a couple questions. How many residents are in this area?
In terms of houses,
Houses, people live in this area?
in area being defined as
The area that is going to, extraction is going to take place?
If I had to approximate, I would say there's maybe 24 homes in the area, if that.
Not to interrupt, maybe something they're more prepared to answer.
Yes, the applicant may be able to speak more to that. If when you look at, sorry, let me go back. This is a pretty well zoomed out image of the area. Just to give you bearings, this facility here is our not filtration, our thank you, y'all are leaving me hanging. So just to kind of give you some bearings at where we are, and you can't see it, but right up here, approximately where the O and R is the color purple house, just to give you kind of a general sense of where we're at. Most of your residential developments are occurring in this area.
And roughly what's about the mile radius from that?
I want to say if you look at where the bulk of the extraction activities will occur, which is roughly in here, from here to the color purple house is approximately, as the crow flies, about an acre, maybe a touch more.
Okay.
I'm not an acre, a mile.
Sorry. That's the road that leads to 145. Is that
Yes,
right?
it goes from 145 to the town of Lysville.
Right. So there, okay. So there are houses down that road. I just want to make sure I had the same.
Yes.
I had the picture of that. How safe is this process? This extraction. I know that doing earth extractions, there are some things that are released into the ozone layer and things of that nature. I'm just curious. So we have about 24 homes. You said about 24 residents in that area.
Approximately, but not abutting. I'm just talking in the vicinity in general. And in terms of safety, I'm not an expert on that. I would defer to the applicant's experts to address that question.
Okay, well, I'll wait for them to come then. Or you all want to speak to us? All right.
Is there any other questions
If
for me?
No other questions for Nick. We'll call
Okay.
the applicant.
So what I'll do tonight is swear everyone in. We'll go ahead and get called up here. So if you're a person with standing,
And I'm going to ask, can you define that for the audience who would
Yes.
have standing?
so tonight
According to
is
general
done through a quasi-judicial procedure, which for those unaware, that's kind of like quasi-judicial. It's kind of like a court. So if we think of it that way, these are the judges, and you've got your defendant and your prosecutor, and each side is going to present their information. It needs to be evidence-based, no hearsay, no. It needs to be factual, competent evidence provided by expert witnesses. Now, the applicant, there may be questions raised. The applicant doesn't have to address those questions raised by persons with standing, but they may choose to, and there can be cross-examination, but with it being quasi-judicial, it's a little different than our normal legislative process. So a person with standing, especially you would have gotten a letter from me identify you as a person with standing, which is generally someone abutting the property. Good with that, Chairman?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So, what we'll do is if you plan to speak on it tonight and you have standing, if you would, just stand and raise your right hand. And do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on this matter? Yes. Are there any objections or abstentions? Oh, okay. Finding that there are none, I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. Just point it back in.
All right. Hello. Thank you for your time today. My name is John Cross. I'm the founder of Synergy Materials. We're an American company. I've been in the aggregates business for over 35 years. Our home office is in Franklin, Tennessee, and we're a privately owned company. Our effort to develop this property is a joint venture between my company, Turnkey Processing Solutions, and Land and Stone is our partner. And we've been in this business for a long time. You'll meet Hans here in a little bit. He's a third-generation family-owned quarry business owner. So I pretty much dedicated my entire life to this industry. I've designed and built and operated many quarry operations, and we've done a lot of these greenfield developments. We know what it takes to get it done and get it done right. This is a picture of the site layout that we covered earlier. The plant site is kind of right here in the middle, close to Diggs Road. In this, we would have a tire washer to make sure we keep the street clean. We usually pave, we try to pave at least 1,000 feet of the pavement from the road into our site to make sure we don't track it, any materials out. As you were shown earlier, this is where we plan to open up the quarry. When you open up these quarries, the first year we might disturb like 10 acres or 12 acres. Then it kind of grows real slow. So as you're selling stone and you're developing your market, the quarry gets bigger, but it gets bigger at a real slow pace, like 2 or 3 acres a year. In order to open it up, what we do is we take the topsoil off of the stone, and that's where we start to build these berms that were spoken about earlier. And we try to prioritize those. So as we're doing that, we'll say where's the best impact for us putting that berm in first, and then we prioritize those each year. This is a map of the reclamation plan. So it shows this is at the end. This could be 50 to 75 years down the road. You basically slope all the property so that there's no real steep edges anywhere, and you got a nice access to a nice reservoir, nice lake. We're going to invest just over $25 million in the facility. Some of that is site preparations, building these berms, building the plant, buying equipment, and but it is a substantial investment in order to get this operation running. Once we reach steady state, we'll be employing 15 or more full-time direct employees. We also hire subcontractors and truck drivers and that type of thing. So we actually create an additional 30 jobs besides the in-house 15 jobs. Our starting pay for our folks is $22 an hour, up to $38 an hour. So electricians, mechanics, that type of thing, they get paid the highest rates, and then the folks that are new to the industry that are learning, they'll start in that 22. Our typical average is running around that $27, $28 an hour range. Our salary personnel is making over $75,000 a year. These are really good jobs. I grew up in this industry, and it's a real good opportunity to be able to take care of your family. All of our employees have benefits, so they'll have vacations and holidays and health benefits. So we really do try to take care of our folks. These are people in this industry typically stay on the job for a long period of time, and we want to take good care of our folks. We've estimated that there's about $300,000 of additional tax revenue that the county would see once we get the plant built and into steady state. Some of that's sales tax, some of that's property tax. We're not asking for any tax breaks or any deals to be able to come, and we appreciate the opportunity. Talk a little bit about noise and blasting. These are common concerns that people have over the years. I've been at this a long time. When I first started, we really didn't have the technology that's available to us today. We can do a lot better job today. We only blast a couple of times a month. Once we get to steady state, it may be once a month for a while, and the shot only lasts for a second. It's kind of like sounds just like thunder, for like a second. As the pit is developed, like we're going to start in the center and work our way out, and it'll develop very slowly. But the nearest we'll ever get to a structure at full development is 880 feet from the proposed pit. We did do several studies here, and one of those studies was estimates on vibration levels. We design our shots to be less than 30% of what the regulations are. So, we don't want to take any chances. Today, we have the ability to use electronic delays in our shots. These are all computerized shots. We hire licensed blasters to do the blasting, and so we have a very good handle on that. The noise level is actually measured in air pressure. It's kind of like rolling your window down in your car, and you feel the wind. Again, this lasts for a second, and that's measured. Our designs are designed to be 58% below the limits. Our noise levels, right now we're talking approximately at 70 decibels at this noise level right now. And what we do as a practice is we go around with a dosimeter and we measure the noise level around our property. And if we get any readings that are running above 70 decibels, then we add measures. Like we'll use rubber liners on some of the equipment. We'll put in some sound walls. We'll build these berms. We'll raise our berms up. So different techniques that we employ And what the whole idea is that, you know, we try to drive any noise that we're making and keep that below 70 decibels. You mentioned the dust. This operation, we will use water for dust control. So we've learned over the years, I'd say 35 years ago when I was doing this, we really didn't even have the right kind of sprayers. They weren't even invented yet. We didn't have that availability. But what we learned is that if you can make the water particles small, similar to the dust particle size, they cling together and they catch them very easily. And it works really well because you don't have to use as much water either. So it really does a great job of capturing the dust. So we employ those tactics. We use pressure. It's kind of like creating a fog, and the fog is at the different transfer points inside the plant. It just does a great job of capturing that dust. We also use water trucks for the roads inside the operation, and then we also install a tire washer for any trucks to wash the tires off before they leave the property. There's any operation that's being ran properly, there shouldn't be any dust coming off that operation. If there is, the plant needs to be shut down and fix whatever the problem is. There's no reason whatsoever for dust to be blown off this property. There's several of these granite quarries running across North Carolina. You know, they do a good job. They know how to, you know, we know how to, you know, work inside the neighborhood. A lot of the operations that I grew up running were a lot closer to a lot of people and a lot bigger operations than this. And so I understand the responsibility and the challenge of being a good neighbor and treating people right. That's one of the reasons why we voluntarily have a good neighbor policy. Voluntarily, you know, we'll set up a community council with the people that live close by. We'll invite them into the quarry. You know, sometimes we do that quarterly or twice a year. We'll invite them in, show them what we're doing, answer any questions that they have. It's you know, we've got nothing to hide, and the more that they understand what we're doing, the better for all of us. There are 741 active mines in the state of North Carolina, so this is a pretty common activity that we're trying to get approved here. The expected truck routes, let's see here. So we're coming out on Diggs Road. In the beginning, we got that bridge down here that isn't repaired. Pretty much all the truck traffic is going to go straight north, take a left on Hollywood, and then go out to the highway. We did hire an outside group to do a traffic study, and if we reach our expected volumes, we're still only utilizing about 4% of the capacity of the road. You know, I've dealt with situations in my career where we had a lot of truck traffic, a lot more truck traffic than this, and one of the things that we do is annually we'll meet with all the drivers and we'll have safety meetings with them, and then we'll talk with the community, and if any of the drivers aren't behaving themselves, and you let us know who they are, you know, we force these drivers to put numbers on their trucks, then we'll ban them from the operation. If they don't know how to drive safely and they're not obeying the speed limit, they won't be welcome in the quarry. The Diggs Road is rated as good condition. That's the highest rating that you can get, you know, from the DOT. So that's a good thing. When you do create a quarry, it actually does take load off. Right now, whenever you guys need aggregates and any construction work that's going on in the county, it has to be imported from another county, which is a lot of miles away, so there's more truck traffic on the road. So having a quarry like this in the neighborhood, you know, inside the county, it does take some traffic load off. Overall traffic load actually goes down. It also reduces the cost of aggregates, which reduces the cost of construction, which helps to boost more construction projects. another study that was performed. We hired a certified appraiser. He went through and looked at the area and determined that there will be no negative impacts on property values. I know there's a lot of times over the years when we would have neighbors that would think that no one's ever going to want their property if the quarry's there. And if there's one particular person that doesn't want that, that may be true. But what we've seen many times, year after year, many different operations, is that the property values just continue to go up. And this is a very rural area compared to a lot of places where there's quarries that are pretty much right inside of cities and right inside of neighborhoods. So there will be no impact on the property values from this operation. That's not my slide. So that's my last slide, so I'd be happy to take any questions.
I have some questions, sir. You said the truck route is you get on D's and then you turn on Hollywood Road. Is that correct?
Yeah, you go north and then left.
Okay, so, and just say they running short, running late, and they want to get on, get a little faster to 74. If they continue down Parson Grove Road or cut on Country Club Road, would there be a penalty?
I would suggest that if you put a weight limit on roads that you don't want these trucks on, that and they should be penalized for that. And if we have any trucks, like I said earlier, if there's any trucks that aren't following the rules, you let us know. We'll ban them from the operation.
Okay.
I don't know that we have the authority to implement a weight limit, but we can request it from the DOT.
That's what I was thinking, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So,
For the most part, if we put a little sign up, they do obey them. And if we find out somebody's not behaving properly, we find out who they are, then truck drivers don't usually want to miss the opportunity to get a haul, so they usually straighten up pretty quick.
What's the highest that the mounds will be?
What's that?
One of the dirt mounds? How high will they be?
What's the tallest? Talking.
Slope has to be in accordance with state. And that was all referred to, the state mining office, their assistant director reviewed that language and found it to be acceptable with general standards.
I know it. I just asked you how high would it be? That's all I was wondering. How high can it be? Because I know some of them down the Bonso are pretty high.
80 feet. It would be the highest one. Right.
On your trucks, would they have like covers or something to cover them so the gravels and stuff won't blow off?
Yes.
One of my questions is kind of to refute. Maybe I guess you said you hired a property appraiser, and you said that their research showed that there would be no decrease in value.
That's right.
I think it's Quarry.org and some other sites that states that there's a decrease property value in about 13% within a mile, and properties as far as 3 miles is about 6%. I know that this is someone you said you hired, but property decrease is a proven source that homes near quarries decrease in value.
I'm not familiar with that website, but
Yeah.
we have our appraiser here.
Speak to it. Sure.
So, good evening. My name is Rich Kirkland with Kirkland Appraisals. I'm a North Carolina certified appraiser, been appraising the area for about 28 years. I'm also an MAI, which is the highest designation put out by the Appraisal Institute. I'm also an ARA, which is accredited rural appraiser by the American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers. Did the impact analysis. We've been doing impact analysis on a number of different types of properties over the years. And so what we did was sales. We did a couple of different things, but we looked at what's called a matched pair analysis. We looked at homes that sold in proximity to quarries, compared them to similar homes that are not near quarries, just to see if there's anything we would compare out that would be attributable to that quarry. We also do what's called a resale analysis. We attempted those. So that's where you look at homes that have sold before a quarry's put in, compare them to sales afterwards. But looking at these analysis, we're doing a very spot on, looking at very specific homes that are in close proximity. We measure the distance from home to quarry. We've got examples of new home construction, $1 million plus homes that are in much closer proximity to these quarries than what's located here. I believe the closest home is 880 feet at this location. We have numerous examples in the 400-foot range showing no impact on property values. I'm not specifically familiar with that study that you just described, but based on the way you described it, I know what type of study that is. And those types of studies do a generic look. They do a ring around them. They look at essentially a 3-mile radius around a project, whatever they're testing for. They compare that to activity that's going on between 3 and 6 miles outside. The problem with those studies is that they assume that whatever's going on inside that 3-mile radius would be the same as what's going on in the 3 to 6 mile radius if that other thing doesn't exist. But that's not really a reasonable assumption to make, because what happens is that these quarries like this, located in a semi-rural area but in proximity to towns because they always need to be near roads, you're going to wind up having an overlap where in that 3 to 6 mile radius, you're going to be incorporating towns, and you're really measuring an impact between rural areas and non-rural areas. And that we've seen that with those type of hedonic analysis over and over again, because they all use, I don't know where they came up with those numbers, but they all use a 3-mile radius compared to the 6-mile radius. And that assumption leads them to certain conclusions. But again, I don't believe that's exactly what they're testing, and they're pulling out a different thing.
All right. I'm assuming that the common denominator is the fact that there's a quarry present. That's my assumption.
But when you look at a 3-mile radius versus a 6-mile radius, you're going to wind up capturing a lot of other potential negative things that are in there that are not being accounted for. You're also going to be capturing in a lot of other positive things that are not being accounted for. Mm-hmm. Again, homes in communities that are closer to towns are more likely to have golf courses. They're more likely to have pools and clubhouses. All those attribute to that. The most recent study like this I looked at out of Virginia Tech did a very similar analysis, not on quarries, but on a different use. But they assumed all houses, regardless of the size of the house, were comparable. So they were comparing 1,000 square foot houses to 10,000 square foot houses. And they thought that was just fine. So again, when they do those types of hedonic ring analysis, they throw everything in there into one big blender, and they assume that with enough data points, they can work it all out. The type of research we do is what appraisers do. This is what on-site is going to happen, and we look at very specific exact examples of homes next to a quarry, compare them to similar homes that are not next to a quarry, so that we can measure what that's going on. And that is much more what the typical home buyer is going to be doing also. They're going to be looking at a specific home and making decisions based on whether they want this home or another one that's further away. We interview brokers while we do this, and we talk to them about these as well, and the comments from the brokers are also supportive of no impact on property value.
Okay.
I could go through specific examples if you'd like to see them.
Well, no, I mean, my only concern was that the research that I read says that property value decreases. I didn't do the research. I didn't perform it. I don't know what measures they use, but it's pretty consistent with properties that are within a certain mile radius of quarries. You mentioned a golf course. We happen to have one probably within 7 to 10 miles, I believe, of that area. I'm just asking because, my concern is the residents.
Sure.
That's why I asked how many residents lived in that area, and the impact of this venture investment on the actual residents. So if they're going to lose value in their property, that wouldn't be good for them nor us,
Sure.
for that matter.
And we did look at the demographics around it. When we dropped a pin in the middle of this site, basically a 1 mile radius around this, we found the demographics showed 17 people were there in that area and 10 home units within 1 mile radius. So again, it's a very sparsely occupied area. But again, I would point out we've looked at some of the quarries that are in the report. I believe you got a copy of it. You can see where we have, again, right up inside Raleigh city limits, having high-end homes being built right up and around a quarry that's been there for as long as I can remember, for at least 50 years. So again, happy to go through any of the examples, but again, it's my professional opinion based on the research that I personally did, that this project here has got substantially greater distances from similar projects I've looked at that showed no impact. So this has less of a potential for impact than a lot of the other projects I looked at where I still found no impact.
Pardon
All
me.
right, yes, sir.
Would it be possible to get people's credentials in advance? I believe you may have them. Could you present those? Just so when they're given these things, he can say he's an expert, you can have them. I'm not trying to get you out of order at all.
No, I think what's asking for, I'm sorry, is in front of each one of you, you've got a list of the experts that we brought tonight, together with CV information for each one of them. And we can certainly, because this is a record, we can certainly go through each one. If you'd like to hear from each one, we can go through their reports. I think there's about 700 pages of reports that are part of your package. In lieu of that, we can certainly let you hear from anyone that you prefer to, but we would like to tender the list as experts together with their supplemental information, and would ask the board to accept them as such without us going through the proffering of each one.
Okay, so do we need a motion to accept these? All right, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the expert team CVs and their statuses here listed on the document. So I'll entertain that motion. All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Mims to accept the expert testimony that's provided here in the documents. Do I have a second?
A second.
A second by Commissioner Woodburn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so it is all entered into the record.
Thanks, sir.
So, and that doesn't preclude anyone, we still can ask the questions of any expert
Right.
here. We just have all these on record now. So,
Question for Mr. John. For everybody that's looking on YouTube and the ones out in the audience, can you tell them what a 70 for the noise level, what 70, or give an example what 70 decimal is?
Yeah, it's about the same volume level that I'm speaking to you at right now.
With the buffering around the,
Yeah, that's it. So if I was having a conversation with somebody at our property line, then that's that noise level that you would be hearing. So
okay.
the farther you get away, the lower that goes.
okay.
But we measure it at our property line.
So it won't get above that, right?
If it does, I'll be fixing it.
correct me if I'm wrong, so that applies once you actively start mining,
Yeah.
building the buffer.
Yeah, when you're actually doing the construction, it's a little noisier because the mobile equipment's building the berms.
Yep, yep.
And that's why prioritizing where you put these berms first is really important, you know, because you can only move so much dirt at a time. So you want to really make sure that, you know, we're out there the whole time, you know, we're making a noise and getting a measurement, and making a noise and getting a measurement. And so we want to make sure we prioritize those to reduce that impact as much as possible.
Thank you. I got a question on the traffic study. I noticed you said that Diggs Road was rated as good, but I noticed that Hollywood Road had no designation. Are you familiar with Hollywood Road?
I drove it today. I drove it, yes, I know it. But I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
Yeah, if you will, speak in the mic, please.
It was tempting to do it from my seat, sorry. Amy Massey with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. I'm a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina, and I've been with Kimley Horn for over 30 years, just to give that background. So our study intersection that was identified in the actual traffic impact analysis that we performed in coordination with both county and NCDOT staff, the identified study area intersection, because that's what we look at in TIAs during the peak hours, was actually Diggs Road and the site access point. So that was the identified study area intersection. And the reason for that was because, one of the reasons for that was because the NCDOT typical standard of performing TIAs is 3,000 daily trips that would be projected to be added by the site. In this case, we're less than 10% of that, and yet we still did a TIA. So we did not actually look into pavement conditions as part of the TIA. We just did that subsequent to the TIA because we thought it might be a concern, but that's correct. Based on DOT records, they have identified Diggs Road to be in good condition, pavement-wise, and that is the highest score that you can get. And I don't have the answer for what Hollywood would be.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I
You're
guess
welcome.
my question goes back to John. This project, are you willing to repair Hollywood Road, or are you going to request DOT repair it? Because I've got enough experience driving a truck that they're not going to go up and down Hollywood Road for long.
Yeah, so typically the way we handle that, because we're not in the road building business, is that, but we've done several, partnership arrangements, to deal with the traffic folks to make sure, because it's not in our best interest to tear up a road.
Yeah.
So whatever it takes, whether it takes an upgrade on the front end, or whether it takes us participating in the pool, we've done those things in the past to make sure that we're gonna be using good quality roads, good safe roads.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure you were aware of that, because
Sure.
Hollywood Road is not a good road.
Because it has a bridge with the, where the train used to come.
Yes. Just to clarify on the extra conditions that were, you agreed to, the buffer.
Yeah.
So our policy or our ordinance only requires a 75-foot buffer, but your company is agreeing to do a 150-foot buffer at this time, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
We, at the planning meeting, it came up as an issue, and we agreed that we would go to 150 feet.
Okay, and that includes the 20-foot berm around the perimeter, right?
Yeah, any berms that we have are part of that.
Okay, so, all right. Any other questions?
Yes. So you've mentioned your good neighbor policy. Can you just explain what your good neighbor policy is?
Yeah, basically what we try to do is we try to identify the things that matter to the local people. And it varies, right? Because some things are more important. Like we've had operations where our lighting is more important to them, or hours of operation is more important to them. But when we set up what I like to do is create like a community council. And I like us to, we basically want to employ every best practice that we've learned over the years, use all the latest available control technologies to reduce the impacts on the neighbors. But we want to include them in the conversation. Because a lot of times I've had situations where, beavers were stopping up the creek, and, it was easier for us to go down there and help them fix it than them doing it themselves, or they didn't like the lighting, or they wanted us to improve that, or so for us to totally predict up front what is the most important to those local folks is a little presumptuous. So we try to create a conversation and try to create a relationship with those people so that we can respond in an appropriate way.
So if they have an issue and they want to come to you, and can they call a meeting, or just have to wait till you call one?
No, they can call at any time. So we'll have our, I already provided my cell phone, and it's the only number I have, so any of those folks could call me directly. If our plant manager isn't as responsive enough, they could call me directly, and we'll make sure that they get a response. But they don't have to wait. Let's say we set up these meetings quarterly. They don't have to wait to the meeting to speak up. They can call anytime they want, and we will be responsive.
I have a question. You talked about trucks and laboring, numbering trucks. But if you're going to use the same company with multiple trucks, why not go ahead and start out with numbers? Because if a citizen wants to complain, they might just at a grasp see the name of the company, truck 10,
Yeah.
and you are probably logging them in and out when they're coming out your site, so they'll know that truck is actually the one that came out.
Yeah, that's exactly what we like to do is get those trucks numbered so it's real obvious to people, that they can see it. If somebody's not behaving well, they can get that number, give us a call, and then we can get a hold of that owner, and then we can deal with that driver.
Okay. Mr. Woodburn, you had a?
Yes, sir. There were a lot of regulations explained by Mr. Addison that you have to comply with. What do you have in place to show that you consistently stay within those guidelines? What does your company do to make sure that you're meeting those on a daily basis?
We do a few different things. One of the things we do is we'll use third parties to audit our activities, to make sure that we're not, getting sloppy, to keep things tight. Most of the things that we deal with are regulated by the state, so the state has a lot of guidelines, and if we're successful here, we still have to go through a permitting process with the state, and then they can put specific conditions on us also. And then we have to hire companies to follow up and audit us, and create a record that's available. And we actually share those records with that community council. So it can be, typically it's people that live around there, but there are times when public officials actually join the group. And it's been my experience that it's really the best way to do it. It's the best practice, is to make sure all those records are available to everybody. We've got nothing to hide. We're gonna follow all the regulations. We wanna make sure somebody's checking on it that doesn't have 20 other responsibilities. Like that's their main role is to audit our performance, and then that just helps us to stay in compliance.
And the companies that you hire, do they just take your records and look at them, or do they actually come on site and take records and?
No, they'll do their own inspections.
Okay.
And then they'll check our records and make sure, our records are all right, but they'll also do their own inspections.
Okay. Thank you.
How many mines do you operate nationally?
Right now, 7 operations today.
And how many in North Carolina?
None today.
What's the closest one to Anson County?
What's that?
What is the closest one to Anson County?
I actually developed a greenfield operation in Goldston. So I started that quarry up. I don't know exactly how far it is from here. It's Chatham County.
Chatham County, Virginia? Or, no, Chatham County, North Carolina?
Right here.
But you're not operating that?
Not anymore.
Okay.
But
Right.
Hans's operations are in Wisconsin.
All right, thank you. I'd like to know a little bit more about your company.
Sure.
What are your annual sales?
Our annual sales in dollars?
Yes.
It varies quite a bit, but it can, let's say, it's approaching $100 million.
And how many employees in total do you have?
I have over 200. I don't know how many you have, Hans.
130 direct plus 50 truckers plus et cetera.
Close to a couple of hundred there.
And how much long-term debt do you have?
Our ratio is.
Could you come to the mic, please?
Good evening, Hans Dawson, Land and Stone Products. I'm one of the partners in Synergy. We have our ratio, it's like a debt to earnings ratio. We're just over 1, which is a very safe ratio. You want to be like way under 3 to be really safe.
What is your debt rating?
Pardon?
What is your debt rating?
Oh, we're not publicly traded, so we don't have like a publicly traded debt rating, but if you were to make an equivalent for private, we would be like AAA. I mean, we're really like, yeah, we're a third generation owner operator, and I don't want to, I know exactly where you're going. We don't want to get over our skis for our kids. I want to make sure we can pass on a good business.
And who are your primary customers?
Yeah, anyone who is building anything within the region of our quarry. So that would be road construction, homes, churches, schools, anybody that's building anything or infrastructure. So sewer lines, water lines, utilities, dams, erosion control. Essentially anybody that is building or maintaining anything really in the area of the quarry.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Chatham County is about 70 miles from here. Pittsburgh's
Right.
county seat.
You say you no longer over that one in Chatham County? Mr. John?
No, we sold it.
Oh, you sold it?
Yeah.
I'm curious, why did you select Anson County for your project?
We basically look for areas that have good quality material, good quality stone, and it's underserved from an aggregate perspective. So if rock has to be imported in, typically you'd be paying a higher price you'd be paying more for the transportation than the rock itself. So we look for areas that are underserved, and that we have an opportunity to gain some a reasonable amount of market share and lower the overall cost.
Can you again explain what the, I'm going to call it the county water system would supply water for? Because that's been a point
Sure.
of contention from some citizens.
Yeah, we do wash some of the material, you know, some of the, like the concrete stone and those products, we do wash those, and it does require some water. But what we do is we catch rainwater on the property, and we create ponds and hold that water, and it recycles. So, I mean, we could operate this facility with no water from the county at all, but we would like to plug in our office, which would be, you know, not a lot of water usage, but it would be more convenient to be able to utilize.
Just administrative
yeah.
water use, so no more than a typical single-family home.
That's right.
So, okay.
That's right.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any other?
Approximately how many office employees will you have?
Office?
Yeah. Or you said your staff members were 15 employees, so
Yeah.
that answers my question. I'm good.
Yeah. You know, kind of what the hierarchy looks like is you got a plant manager that's over the whole thing. You usually have a foreman, and then you've got plant operators, truck drivers, loader operators, quality control. Usually there's like a scale clerk, procurement, and then safety. So there's a lot of different roles, but all of those roles, other than the starting, you know, we'd be lucky if we caught a real local plant manager that had experience, but all those other roles are very trainable. So we expect to hire local people to run the equipment. We'll teach them how to do it. We'll train them up on how to do those things. All the roles besides the plant manager is very trainable.
Will the citizens have the opportunity to buy your product?
Yes.
So it will be for resale, retail use?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be a regular, you know, store, you know, of rock. Typically, Saturdays are usually when we would see, we usually are open like a half a day on Saturday, and that's usually when people would come with their pickup trucks and doing small projects because they don't want to be in there with the rest of the big trucks, but they could come anytime. We usually keep a few small piles, you know, up front, separate, because we have to, when we do load, you know, pickup trucks or little trailers, we have to use a smaller machine for that.
The wetlands that are in that area, I think the nearest one is PD River. Is that the nearest water body?
Jones Creek.
Jones
abuts
Creek,
the
right there,
property, yeah.
below there. But, which it runs to the PD River, right?
Yes.
Correct? All right. So you have an expert here that would like to, I'd like to get in some input from maybe one of your experts on the impact with our water system, because this being a quarry, and I know that there's going to be some level of impact and effect with the water. So you have somebody here that could maybe.
Are you more concerned about like pollution of the creek?
Yes, sir. I know there's going to be, you know, carbon dioxide will be released into the atmosphere of the area at times. And then what is the impact on the water? Yeah. Who do we have?
Good evening, Chris Daves. I'm with SNME. I'm a professional wetland scientist as well as an ecologist for the last 24 years. We conducted a wetland and stream study on this property. We do have wetlands and streams on the site. You had mentioned Jones Creek and another sub-tributary of it. At this point, we have our applications called a request for jurisdictional determination. That's before the Army Corps of Engineers. They're the ones that actually certify and verify waters of the United States. We are currently having that looked at right now. Army Corps has not visited the site yet, but we don't plan on impacting any jurisdictional waters of the United States. As far as impacts to the creek itself, the larger creek, again, there are no impacts planned for that.
So this will have no impact at all.
Yeah, all right, so being in proximity of the river itself, or sorry, the creek itself, really the only impacts would be a sediment erosion control type matter. Again, most of the site plans have ample buffer for that to be taken care of before it reaches the creek. That would include basic best management practices. You know, they had mentioned the berms, the sediment and stormwater basins, and all those will be applied at the borders, at the lower spots of the site to keep that from flowing into any creek.
Does that answer your question?
It did, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right, any other commissioner questions at this time?
I don't have a question, but I'd like to say something.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Mr. John, are you and your partner right there? Yes. I'm the commissioner in that area over there, and all we got is our word. And if a man can't keep his word and do whatever he said he's gonna do, then he's not, then I shouldn't have to deal with him. But I'm just asking you, you said you got all this thing to our attention, saying what you was gonna do and that you was gonna let the people that live over there, if they have any concerns, come to you. All I'm asking you is do what you say you're gonna do, what you put on this paper. That's all I ask, and I just ask you to continue to do what's right by the people that lives close there, because this impacts them more than it impacts anybody else. That's all I have to say.
I understand. I appreciate that. I make that commitment to you all, and we will do what we say we're going to do. I'm easy to get a hold of. You know, I've had the same number for over 20 years. I answer that phone. It's all the only phone I have. Okay. And if any of these folks, if we're not doing a good job, I got no one else to blame but myself. So I have no problem being called in and making sure that we're doing the right things. We will take care of these folks.
All right. Thank you.
It's also why we wrote it down and submitted it to be part of our official requirements. Because it's easy to get up and talk, but we're submitting ourselves to you guys to oversee us and hold us accountable to every one of those things as well. So
Make sure I keep my copy. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions for Mr. Cross, we'll open the floor to the public that has standing.
We did have one more person.
You have okay, all right, yeah.
Hi, my name is Dana Cecina. I'm a minerals manager with Weyerhaeuser, who is the landowner. I appreciate you having me, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Weyerhaeuser and give my support to the project. Weyerhaeuser is a large publicly traded company. Our main business is timber and lumber, and the reason I say that is because we have a reputation to protect. And uphold, especially in regards to other users and operators of our land. We are 125 years old, and we have been operating in North Carolina since 1957. So we are here to stay. We are not going to permit something that we don't plan on owning for the long haul. And we also choose our partners that have good upstanding reputations and are going to be good stewards on our land. And in addition, we contractually hold them to those standards as well. We're a collaborative partner in this, in planning operations and reclamation, because like I said, we don't plan on going anywhere. I just, again, wanted to express Weyerhaeuser's support for the project and appreciate you having me here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, yes, sir.
Before we open it up.
Yes.
Just wanted to cover a few things here. Under the findings of facts in our application, It says no special use permit should be granted by either board unless findings based on each of the following standards are made concerning the proposed use. Please provide a statement as to how you will be able to meet each of the following conditions. The proposed use, development, and operation will not endanger public health, safety, and general welfare. Anson County Stone will utilize all modern mining best practices to mitigate the effects of light, sound, vibration, dust, and other pollutants on the surrounding neighbors and community. Anson County Stone will comply with all the applicable federal, state, and local regulations regarding health and safety, which will ensure public health, safety, and general welfare. Another one was proposed use will meet all required conditions and specifications. Anson County Stone has contracted a planning and zoning expert to review our proposed site and operations plan to ensure conformance with all applicable conditions and specifications. Next one was the proposed use will not injure the value of adjoining property, or if so, it's public necessity. Anson County Stone has contracted an MAI designated NC North Carolina State Certified General Appraiser to provide a property values report to ensure the proposed site and operations plan will not injure the value of adjoining property. And the last one was the proposed use is in harmony with the comprehensive use plan and regulations governing the development of Anson County. And Anson County Stone has conducted a planning and zoning expert, has contracted a planning and zoning expert to review our proposed site and operations plan to ensure conformance with the comprehensive use plan and regulations governing the development of Anson County. So thank you for your patience in me reading that into the record.
Yes, sir. So, is there, at this time, is there any other evidence you want to present from the applicant? Okay. All right. At this time, I'll open the floor to, I can go down the list if I need to, or if the ones who want to stand. To, Mr. Oakes.
My name is Ronnie Oakes. Me and my wife bought the Color Purple Farm, so you'll know who I am, in '98. And so we've owned it all these years. But one thing that's a question to me, and it's been brought up several times, this buffer, a 150-foot buffer, is it going to be installed when they start their services, or when they start to work, when they start construction? Are they going to fool around and wait 2 or 3 years after they get in business? It should be installed now, in my opinion. Now, my property line runs on their property line, the reason I'm questioning it. So if it's a 150-foot buffer and they say you're going to do it, then bless God, do it. You know, don't put it off. Do the buffer then, is the way it ought to be. And I don't understand why it's come up before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission discussed this thoroughly about the buffer. So I'm just hoping they'll put the buffer up and not wait around on it. Now, there's one thing ain't mentioned here that's bothering me. It bothers the Planning Commission. The elementary school's not been mentioned here. The elementary school needs to be discussed, and it needs to be brought up and make sure there's no problem there whatsoever. And it's not that far from this project they got going on. Now, my children are done grown. I'm just saying it needs to be discussed and needs to be brought up, and nobody's even mentioned it. Not even these people hadn't mentioned it. So that's just my concern. I just want to, and one more thing I want to bring up. You got on this this decimal, 70 points, and they say it's talking at the property line. I don't understand that. I mean, if that's all it is, like I'm talking right now, and I'm talking 70 decimals, is that what that is? I don't understand it, so just explain it to me. That's not nothing. 70 decimals at the property line. You know, if it's you're talking, and I'm talking 70 decimals, I'm sorry, I just don't know. It needs to be explained. I mean, you know, they're going to set off dynamite and stuff like this. It's got to be a lot of noise involved in that. Now, one more thing, too, I'd like to bring up. What are they going to do whenever they get through mining and you got deep holes out there that's about 100 foot deep, 300 or 400 foot deep? Like he's mining over here off this sand. You see all these holes over here off of the main road where the sand's been there for years. The holes are still there. It looks awful. Are they going to fill up the holes when they get the rocks out, say 50 years from now, or what are they going to do with it? I mean, if you're going to, because you're going to have to take the rock out to sell it. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just giving you common sense, the way I feel about things. And that on that right there. Now, the water pressure, I've got great water pressure I've had for 20-some years. The movie people ran it. I got 2-inch water line, and I'm hoping they don't, the guy explained it to me, and I think the water will be no problem. But I got great water pressure. I just don't want nobody messing with it. You know, it's really good, and the city's good. So, but it is. It was mentioned, and but if you would, if somebody explain to me about this decimal thing and about the buffer, I'm really concerned about the buffer on it because my property line's with them, and if you've got a 150-foot buffer and it's continuous buffer, I mean solid. I'm talking about pine trees for 150 foot or something. You know, and it causes the dust. The rock dust will, if it's not something to stop that rock dust, you got a problem, in my opinion. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Oaks.
Okay, if I address that one?
Yes, if.
Is it okay if I just address it real quick? So I'm gonna give you the sheet. This is a sheet that shows different levels for different things. So what they're saying here is just average office. Okay, 70 decibels. So I'm gonna let you keep this. Background music is 60 decibels. The 75 decibels is the landscaping equipment. So there's a lot of different examples of noise levels here that might help you to better understand, you know, where 70 falls.
I see that, sir. I'll say this. Well, my home's been there for years. As long as you don't bother me with the decimals, I'm happy, okay? No complaints.
And we will be considering where people's homes are in relationship to where these first berms are gonna go in. He mentioned the school. So one thing I'd like to say is that the school is 3,900 feet away from where the quarry would eventually grow into over time, which is a much greater distance than what we've experienced in the past with schools. There's an example here, and we can leave this with you folks, where there's actually 3 schools around the quarry. One of them's 2,600 feet, one of them's 2,000 feet, and one of them's 1,100 feet. I personally operated quarries larger than this, twice as big as what we're proposing, within just a couple of 100 feet of a school without any incidents at all. So we have considered this, and it didn't come up today. It did come up at the last meeting. So I'm glad you brought it up.
What is the distance to the elementary school now?
It's 3,900 feet eventually, like when the pit is completely developed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can you address his buffer question of when you're gonna implement the buffer?
Yeah, so right out of the box, we have to level the plant area where the plant's gonna go. Any extra material that comes from that, we can immediately start, you know, building the berm buffer. We anticipate having pine trees between the property line and the berm, and also, you know, putting pine trees on the berms. So I can't like build all the berms at all the locations all at once. It's just too much. It's just too much dirt to move. But what we can do is prioritize it. So when we go to open up the quarry, there's a certain amount of dirt that's sitting on top of the rock that has to be removed for us to get access to it. And all that material, again, we can prioritize. I don't mind working with the neighbors. We can pull the community council together before we even start moving the dirt, you know, and say, hey, you know, from a priority standpoint, you know, where do you guys want it first? Ultimately, with no input from anybody, I'm gonna focus on my property line at 70 decibels. That's what I'm gonna focus on, because I can very easily walk around the property line with the dosimeter, measure the noise level. You know, you can buy one of those for, you know, $25, $30 on Amazon, and you can actually measure that noise level. So that's what our focus would be if we didn't get some different input from the neighbors.
Okay.
How much standing timber do you have now along the property lines? Do you have any standing timber now?
And parts of it we do, right?
Diggs Road's on Parkman's.
Yeah, Diggs Road's pretty much cleared out, and most of the rest of it is.
Okay, I figured so. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we're on both sides of the road.
And just talk us through for Mr. Oak's question, the reclamation. I mean, I understand the final reclamation, but as he's talking about, when you finish up a spot, are you going to do reclamation, parts of reclamation as you finish up?
Yeah,
Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
All the overburdened storage areas, all has to be reclaimed as we go. So that all has to get the right slope, get the right seating, get the right trees. All that has to be done as we go every year. The quarry itself will have this area, our active operations will all be fenced in. So nobody's gonna be able to get in there. We'll have security, and it'll all be fenced. In the end, what happens is these walls are almost vertical. So when that thing fills up with, when it becomes a lake, you'll have a nice soft tapered approach, you know, going to the lake.
Okay.
Does that help, Mr. Oakes? Okay.
All right. Next in the audience.
My name's Alan Bentley, and my property joins it on Jones Creek, down where the sewer line runs. My property goes along through there. I lived the majority of my life in Salisbury, next to a rock quarry. And I can say that then the creeks was contaminated. The rock dust run inside of them. No matter how much the EPA come, I don't know if they had a deal with the quarry. Every time it went to the local people, they said that they already have a permit for running the water into the creeks. All right? These people said that they will not operate that way. You know, I always heard that, I was always told that a warranty is only as good as the paper is written on. You know, but furthermore, at a planning board meeting, y'all stated that on Jones Creek, y'all would stay back 200-foot buffer. And in that 200 foot would be the 20-foot berm inside of that 200 foot.
Sir, would you please talk into the microphone? This is evidence here. I'm not being rude to you. I'm not trying to stop.
Oh, I understand. I understand completely. You want me to speak that over again?
If you will, yes.
All right. At the planning board meeting, the gentleman said that they would take and along Jones Creek, stay back 200 foot from the property line, where my property line, there's Jones Creek. Stay back 200 foot, but inside that 200 foot, they would put the 20-foot berm inside of that 200 foot. Kind of a discrepancy whether they would put it after that or not, and they said that it would have to be within the 200-foot berm. Within the 200-foot buffer, the berm would, because I think they said that it would take up a good bit because of the angle it would run. And if it is approved, I'd like for it to be put in writing on the, in order to get the permit, that will take place. For one reason, it'll protect Jones Creek. And I've been down there before when we had floods, and that thing can run 300 foot across through there. You know, back when we had the time when we had that big storm coming through down on 145 when it washed out an 18-wheeler runoff in there. Well, on Jones Creek, it wraps around my property for a good long ways. But down there where it joins them, it was over 300 foot wide. Matter of fact, it's probably closer to 4. And biggest concern I have is maintaining the decibel level and also, protecting Jones Creek. I spend probably, I'm going to say, 6 days a week along Jones Creek on my property. when I moved from Salisbury, it was to get away from a rock quarry. Come down here, worked at the prison all my life for over 30 years. And I come down here for peace of mind and quiet. When I said, whenever I left up there, I said, I started looking for land. And I seen Anson County. I noticed it was, not that populated. And I found this tract of land, 116 acres. And so I bought it. And I figure on living there until the day I die. I built me a house there. I've got 3 sons. And to me, they're going to take and inherit it. It's going to stay in one tract of land. It will always be in either farming or growing timber. Even after I'm gone, long dead, that's what it's going to be. And, I get a lot of peace walking along that creek. Down there, I keep it good and clean. And I just hate for anything to interfere with that peace of mind. But if these gentlemen do what they say, if it's up to me, I wouldn't have it. But it's not up to me. It's up to y'all, ladies and gentlemen. And one question I got is, how would you feel if it was being built right next to your property? And but again, if y'all do plan on approving it, I'd like for that to be written into the agreement, condition of the permit, that berm, the 200-foot buffer from Jones Creek, and that 20-foot tall berm be inside of that 200-foot buffer prior to any quarrying.
So you should stay back 200 feet.
Yes, that's what they agreed to at the planning board. I talked to them, and matter of fact, one of the planning board members that was sitting right over there, I don't remember their name, said maybe we could even go 250 feet, said they would have to check with it. But they did agree to 200 foot. Now, I don't know about the rest of the property, but along Jones Creek, 200 foot. And a 20-foot berm would be inside of that 200-foot buffer. That way, it would help keep any kind of dust or any kind of contaminants from getting into the creek. Like I said, up in Salisbury, the rock dust, it ruined creeks on my family's farm. I mean, you go down there, it's just sludged up. But these gentlemen here claim that they're not going to operate in the same form. Up there, they was mining Salisbury pink granite. Down here, they said they're going to be mining gravel. I can't say what they'll do. You can only take a man at his, at his face value. But that's about all I got to say at the moment. I'm sure I'll think of plenty later, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Mr. Clotfield, come on. So, I was just going to ask Mr. Cross if you want to address that.
Yes. Just a reminder on the noise concern. We will be putting in whatever berms are necessary to attain the 70 decibels, whatever that takes. And when we talked last week, we can run the tape. I don't remember ever agreeing to 200 feet. We talked about 200 feet from the quarry edge. That large parts of that creek are actually 200 feet, farther away than what the setback is. We've already agreed to increasing the setback by 50%, and from what we were originally intending to do. And any time if we keep shrinking that up, it has a large detrimental financial impact on the amount of reserves that are available.
So what you're saying is the 200 foot that was mentioned was from the edge of the active mine to Jones Creek.
Yeah, we were talking about some specific areas that were even farther than the 150 feet.
Yeah.
So the original setback we had was 100 feet. I believe the ordinance was 75 feet.
Yes.
And we went ahead and agreed last week to add 50% more to that. And we did talk about that the berm would be inside of that 150 feet, but not closer than 75 feet.
Yeah, so the berm is gonna be, it's a 3-to-1 slope, is that correct? So the berm's actually gonna be about 60 foot, across.
That's right.
And then you're gonna have another 90 foot of, timber or
Yeah, we got
vegetation.
75 feet that can basically just be trees and setback
Yeah.
screenings. So you got trees in that area. Then you got the toe of the berm, and the berm starts. So you end up with a 60-foot, section there.
Okay.
So the 150 feet, it all works. Some of the areas are going to be much greater setbacks. Some of them will be.
So you're saying it may be difficult to do the 200 feet and the 20 foot in between? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that we agreed to 150 feet, and that's what we're suggesting we stay.
Okay.
What's in the-
Did you all make that statement to the planning board, to the planning commission, the planning board?
150 feet, yes.
I know. I said. So my question is to what he stated when you all met with the planning board. Did you all say that you would be willing to go up to the 200 feet away from Jones Creek and build a 20-foot buffer berm or whatever in between that? Was that something
I
that
don't
you?
remember that. I remember us having, the conversation was coming from 3 directions at the same time last week, or the week before last. So I could understand how it could be interpreted that way, but, our agreement was to go 150 feet from the property line.
Yes, sir.
If you'll
Yes, sir.
step to the
Please.
mic,
Yes, sir.
When we left out of here that same night, Mr. John, I think it is, and what's your name, sir? Doug. When we left, they shook my hand, and they told me then that that's what it would be. Said it had to be a 75 foot from the creek, but said within that it was going to be a 200-foot buffer, and that it was going to be the berm would be inside that 200-foot buffer. And like I said, the gentleman that was sitting right in there, he said, "Would you be willing to go 200 foot?" And they said, "Yeah." And then he said, "Well, maybe even we could take and go 250 foot with the berm sitting there." And they even said that it would have to be inside of that 200 foot, the berm, because it would carry out too far. Now, something ain't adding up here, and, at first I was kind of agreeing for that, but when a man comes up and says like that, especially when they shake my damn hand out there and tell me that, man, now it's got me fired up.
All right. So this
I'm
was
totally
stated. You're
against
saying
it.
this was stated during the meeting.
Yes,
All right.
and one of the planning board, even
I was gonna
Mr.
say,
Nick
can
knows
Mr.
about
Can,
it.
can,
Mr.
can,
Nick
can-
Addison knows
can-
about
can-
it.
Can Miss Addison come?
Mr. Addison, can you comment on?
'Cause me and him had a conversation on the phone about it when I talked to him.
Yes, sir.
So at the planning board meeting, so right now the ordinance requires screening be met one of 5 ways. Section 713C2, there's 5 ways they can meet it. They can use existing vegetation up to 75 feet. Let me make sure I get all this right. They can use existing mature vegetation at a depth of 75 feet. Absent mature vegetation, they can plant a row of double set off evergreens, or they can use a berm with evergreens. I'm sorry, 3, not 5. That was the 3. In the planning board meeting, there was a lot of discussion about setbacks, width of buffering, and screening. I was sitting here trying to watch the meeting to see if the word 200 ever came up. I know at some point it may have come up, but what the applicant agreed to, or my recollection, and I'll continue watching the meeting to make sure I have it correct, but my recollection is the planning board proffered the recommendation to implement a 150-foot setback, which would be through the implementation of initial screening met by the zoning ordinance, plus any additional screening that can be done through planted trees on vegetated berms, or mature vegetation to equal a total of 150 feet. That was the planning board's recommendation, which the applicant has then incorporated as a part of their condition. I can keep going through the records here. 200 may have been thrown out. I just know where they settled in their discussions was 150. So I'm not gonna say yes or no, but 150.
Yeah,
is where
that's
it's
what
settled.
that's what I was gonna ask. So I get that part where they agree to. So I guess I'll reach out and ask. But I mean, I can understand your displeasure with that. Yes, sir.
I know
Understood.
that's- I mean,
Yes,
the,
sir.
Planning board member was sitting right there, and he even asked, said maybe they could even go 250 feet. Now, I might be crazy sometimes, but I ain't crazy all the damn time. I mean,
Do I favor him any?
pardon?
I said,
No,
do I?
sir.
Okay, I know. I just said that my dad's on the planning board.
If I'm
I
not
was.
mistaken, they were all white, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, your dad was absent.
Okay, I don't know if he was here or not. He ain't in my pocket.
Easiest
I
going
was
fellow in the
wondering.
world. I had to be. I worked in the prison over 30 years.
Yes, sir.
But huh,
It's okay. It's okay.
gentlemen, I know I cannot trust y'all now. After what y'all said, no, sir.
That's just not true.
So
Thank you,
a
Mr.
lot of
Bentley.
things were discussed, right? And then we had conversations coming from both directions, and there was different distances being discussed at the time. And there are areas on the map. We actually looked at the map. There are areas at the map where it is farther, right? And we did talk about when you build this berm and you run a 3-to-1 slope, it pushes things out. Overall, what we're saying is, in the end, overall, that we didn't want to go more than the 150 feet from the property line because and staying in full compliance with all your ordinances. We didn't want to go more than that because we recognized way down the road that had a detrimental impact on the overall reserves that are available. So there's these setbacks that we're talking about. We're talking about approaching these things, 30, 40, 50 years down the road.
Yes.
So I apologize if there was some confusion, but when we put it on the record, when we got done with the discussion, when we put it on the record, we were at 150 feet. And the other thing I just wanted to point out is that we've hired professional engineers that has designed the stormwater controls to protect the creek. So this is a highly regulated scenario that we have to submit a plan. It has to get approved, and so we've hired these professional engineers to design it so that it can take in the storm events and avoid exactly what the gentleman spoke about, so that we don't have a situation where we got dirty water going into the creek.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you'll come to the mic.
If I heard you right the last time, what the setback buffer requirements on, but mine is 75 foot, and y'all are twice as wide.
Can you say that in the mic so we can
go ahead?
Yeah, and I don't remember. It's my understanding was y'all's buffer was twice as wide as what would be called for in a general mining operation.
Yeah, I believe the ordinance was 75 feet. We agreed to go to 100 on our initial application. At the planning meeting, we agreed to increase it by another 50% to 150 feet.
Okay, all right.
For the record, this is Mr. Lynn.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
Lynn
if you'll-
Clodfelter. And for y'all who can see this, I'm gonna be quick.
You have to carry that mic with you so it can be heard.
Or talk loud.
No,
Talk
you
loud.
won't be able to hear it online.
I thought that was a speaker.
You won't hear it online.
You got the mic. It's mic night.
That worked. That's
All
good.
right, got the mic. For those of you who can see it, yeah, hand a lawyer your microphone. That's a good idea. My property starts right here at the top here, this corner, and I go all the way down to the bottom, the whole east side. All right. And why that matters is I spent the last 30 years spending everything I made to put that tract of land together. Nobody likes change. All right. Nobody likes change. The mines reached out to me. I've talked with them. You got to take them for what they say to be true. They're regulated by the government. I'm going to be standing there watching as far as I'm concerned on my part. And here's the deal. We all want to do what we want to do with our property. That's simple. That tract of land joins me. I ran my numbers, Commissioner Ellerby. I came up with 14 houses all the way around. Now, the backside road's Covington Thomas Road. I can't imagine why any of their trucks would ever go down Covington Thomas Road. I don't know, because they're going to go right out to 145, take a left or right, and they're going to go out Hollywood to 52. I don't know why they would ever get on the backside. But anyway, my point is this. Something's going to go on that land. I'm either going to like it or dislike it, but it ain't mine. And so my hope is it's going to be something I like. They've brought this project in. It's going to bring money. It's going to, I think, $300,000 in additional proposed tax for the property tax. You know, I don't know what. I'm just throwing out crazy thoughts here. That's $60,000 deputies. That's money to the school board. You know, there's $300,000. I'm sure it could be more if based on tax sales. Is that right? Because they're tax sale taxes as well.
That's property sales.
That's right. And so, you know, we're talking about a lot of money. Again, that bridge down there that they're taking out, it splits my property. I'm on both sides. I'm going around and around with the state now about putting that bridge back. They're taking some land of mine. They're changing the bridge. They're changing the road. They're changing the elevation. I don't like none of it. Okay? But there's the bigger scheme in the world. So we're talking about that. Other little things. The reason I'm going to pick up some extra traffic from these trucks. Mr. Tucker's house on the other side of the road, my house on one side of the road, I own everything all the way out to 145. He owns most of the way down the road as well. There's 4 houses down through there. We're going to pick up some dump truck traffic. But right this minute, if you go down to that bridge on Monday morning, I'll bet you'll find where somebody pulled in there Saturday night and threw a bunch of trash in Jones Creek. Drives me crazy. And I'm the one down there picking it up on Saturday afternoons and Sundays. And what's that got to do with anything? That traffic, my hope is, well, these people here, there's going to be people watching what's going on in the area. It's going to bring business. It's going to bring money. It's going to bring jobs. Again, if it was up to me, I'd buy the whole place and watch the squirrels grow, but it ain't up to me. All I can do is hope that it's used in the best way it can be used, that we can all be happy as best we can. So I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, the whole east side, basically all the way down to the south, is my property. You know, I think they're going to be fine for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clodfelder. All right, next. Mr. Tucker. I'll just go off the list if nobody's going to stand up.
Good evening now.
Hey.
This is going to affect me really probably as much as it's going to affect anybody here. Even though I'm not an adjacent landowner, I think on the back side of my land, I may come into the top side of Mr. Oaks on my very far back corner. But the way it's going to affect me is those houses, and I was counting up, and I'm at 9. I'm at 9 with 2 houses people don't live in. And I'm sure they took those into consideration. But my son has a house right below me. So in a straight line off 145, and I own it, like Lynn said, everything from 145 down to almost Jones Creek. There's one track between us. In a straight line, it's my house. It's going to be my daughter's house. It's a house my son just built. And it's Clawfelter on this end. It's Mr. Oaks on the top side. So really, if it's going to affect anyone, it's going to affect me. But with that being said, I just reiterate on what Lynn said. I see the aspect a little different. I see jobs coming in. I see them making a $25 million investment, which we should appreciate because we need that. We need that in our county. We need jobs. And listen, you talking to the most avid hunter in Anson County, I believe. You talking to somebody that's hunted all their life. I grew up here. I've hunted here from day one. But the job part of it, the income, like Lynn said, the extra deputies, the money going into the school system. I just think it's I think it's a win for us. With the regulations going to be put on these guys as far as the mining deal, I mean, I don't see how we can lose. Now, I may come back and change my mind, and I may be wrong, but that's just something in life. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But I'll say this in a closing. Riding up here, I came out of the road, turned on 74 on Diggs Road, off of Diggs Road, on the 74. And right there where the mini mart is going, we all know where the mini mart's at. I came by the strip malls. And I looked out there. What should be a strip mall, what should be the mini mart, which should probably employ maybe 20, 25 people. A tax revenue off of each business that we should be taking in. I don't know what happened. I don't know how it got mismanaged, but that's been mismanaged from day one. We should have jobs, we should have people working, and we should have tax revenue there. I think we're to a point where we can't, in this county, bypass this industry coming in, because all we hear about is complaint. Y'all hear it every day, I'm sure. Complaints about our water system, complaints about crime, complaints about our school system. Well, the only way we're gonna get there is that money ain't gonna fall off a tree. We got to welcome businesses that come in. So with that being said, I'm gonna close, and I think it's probably a good thing for our county.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Addison, you have a statement.
Yeah, so going back through the transcript and the video from the planning board hearing that night, looking for 200 setbacks or screening and buffers, there was a comment made by Ronnie Oakes when he was speaking to the board, just asking the board to consider an increased buffer, where he threw out 100, 150, 200, rattled that off. Chairman Boothby had made a comment saying that, questioning the financial impact of increasing it to a 200-foot buffer. And then there was some conversations between Boothby and myself where we just threw out the number 200, 100, 150, 200 in regards to what the process was to implement that as a part of a special use condition. I don't see any indication in the record or the transcript or the video itself that the planning board or the applicant agreed to a 200-foot setback.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, I think there is, and they may have already spoken, Reynolds Neely, maybe? Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you, just verified. And then Joe Tarleton. Okay, so, all right. Yes, sir. If you'll come to the mic, you can. Yeah. Or take the mic to you.
Mr. Elby, when you was asking about the increase in the property value, when the guy came up and talked about the property value, I can tell you this from experience, just to give you a head, just to bring you up to date. When this was announced it was coming, I have a 100-acre tract, and I was called and offered, I want to be exact, $38 more per acre for that 100-acre tract than what the value is on it. So I don't know if it decreases, but I know what the plans were there, and there was an offer of $3,800 more acre. So if that gives you an idea of it coming, and also at Vulcan, I rode around Vulcan after this was being presented, and at the quarry over there, there's probably 4 or 5 businesses. I know I saw 2 or 3 trucking businesses that have actually set up their operations close to the actual close to the pits. So that may be something to think about too. That may create some more revenue and jobs.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
I believe that takes care of everybody that was on the public address list. At this time, is there any more comments from commissioners, questions for the applicant? All right, then I guess we are prepared to entertain a motion to exit the public hearing. Yeah, we can exit first and then we'll, so
moved.
have a motion to exit the public hearing by Commissioner Mims, second by Commissioner Little Reed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, I want to take just a minute to address the query before we entertain a motion to act on it. I did a little research of surrounding counties around Anson. So Union, they have active quarry mines. Stanley has an active rock quarry. Richmond County has an active rock quarry. All 3 counties are operating the mine or the quarry today actively. Union County is in the city of Monroe, right across from the airport, right across from Charlotte Pipe, right across from subdivisions, housing that's going up every day. I think this is probably the most all-American company that, since I've been a commissioner, that has presented a case to Anson County to locate here. They're all-American owned. They're producing a product in Anson County to sell to the citizens outside of Anson County, which is the only way this county will be successful. We couldn't support the Walmart by the citizens who live in this county. We've got to sell products to people outside of Anson County, and this is exactly what this company is willing to do. They're going to provide the jobs, as Mr. Tucker alluded to. They're going to provide tax base, which we discuss every week in economic development. How do we increase our tax base? This right here is a prime example of it. So I'm more than willing to welcome this company to Anson County and look forward to doing business with them. So at this time, is there any other comments from commissioners? All right, if not, is there any action? I'll entertain a motion to approve the special use permit 25-0005.
Make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Woodburn, second by Commissioner Gatewood. Any discussion on that?
Are we gonna do it with conditions? That's
I'll amend my motion to that effect.
So, Mr. Woodburn, do you want to include the 15 conditions that the applicant has included in their package?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion does include the 15 conditions that were presented with the packet, with the applicant's packet. All right.
Now, there were some conditions also recommended from the planning board. What about those? Are we just going
that
with?
was in there. Yeah.
They were included.
That's what I
okay,
mentioned
okay,
first. So, yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's been incorporated in item 15.
Yeah. All right, so the motion still stands?
Yes.
Second still stands? All right, any other discussion on that? Do we have to state a statement of consistency with the land use plan in that?
You can, it won't hurt, and if you can, just make a comment regarding your determination for the findings of fact. What'll happen is, after the vote tonight, I'll draft up findings of fact and conclusion. That'll go to the board for review and approval. Doesn't have to be at a board meeting. It's presenting facts and the conclusion you've drawn on those facts. It'll just be signed by the chairman and then presented to the applicant as approval of the special use permit.
Okay, so upon the conditions that's been presented before us, do you find that the applicant meets all the findings of fact for our land use plan?
As I can tell, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So motion still stands. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, motion passes. So congratulations and look forward to seeing your operation. All right, we're going to move on to our next public hearing. We're going to let some of the audience exit the room.
While they do, can we take like a 5-minute recess?
Or after this public hearings. The next one will go
These
quick.
should be short.
Yeah, I think the next one will be quick. Okay, all right, we can take one now. I'm not against it.
Are we gonna make a motion to do it or just take it?
I'm just going to announce that we're going to. So I'm going to let them get out of here. Well, I can go ahead and say it too. For the ones who are going to remain, we're going to take a 5-minute recess until we can start back. All right, we're going to get the meeting started back. Hate to break the party up. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter into our public hearing ZMA 25-0007.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellaby, second by Commissioner Gatewood. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Mr. Addison?
Okay, so if you thought you were rid of me, not quite yet. So this is a street rezoning submitted by Carlton Pfeiffer. We've pretty much cleared out, but this is a legislative process, so the procedures are quite a bit different. It can be unsworn, hearsay, doesn't have to be sworn in or facts or evidence-based, nothing like that. So just a standard legislative process, which is normally how the board operates. So in this particular one, when the board considers it and makes their vote of the decision, they'll just need to provide a brief statement analyzing the reasonableness of the rezoning, considering different factors within the proposal. And they'll also need to consider whether it's consistent with the land use plan. So jumping right in, it's a straight rezoning from Rural Agricultural 5 or RA5 to RA1. And it would be a splits zone situation until the subdivision reoccurs. But as a straight rezoning, there can be no conditions placed upon it. So if the applicant wants to pursue anything within an RA1, they have the freedom to do that. So right now, the parcel in question is approximately 38.61 acres assessed. With their proposal, what it would do is it would split out an approximately 1 acre portion and rezone it as RA1, and the rest the applicant's requesting to remain as an RA5, which would be approximately 37 acres. And so the applicant's rationale for this kind of unique situation is the home site, which is the acre and the house and some accessory structures, has had a long-term tenant for over 10 years. And they would like to sell that tenant the home site. So when he came to my office to do it, and I told him there was a 5 acre requirement, he got to looking, and we looked at maps together, and that was going to create significant problems for his cattle operations. He was going to have to redo a significant amount of fencing. He would lose barn facilities and agricultural facilities. And so he elected to try and pursue a rezoning for this small section to an RA1, as opposed to the whole tract. So this is the parcel in question. If you look at that top photo, it's kind of hard to see. Hopefully it showed up better in your packet. But that's kind of the home site. The White House kind of blends in with the sky. But that's the home site, and with those trees kind of delineating that approximate 1 acre. And on the bottom photo, you'll see that that tree line on the right-hand side is the same tree line on the left side of the top image. And you can see that surrounding it is the agricultural operations with significant fencing and barns and just ag facilities. When we look at the property, is this property in question? That's the total 37 acres. When we look at the proposed effect, they're requesting to carve out this small 1 acre to, like I said, sell that home site to the current tenant. But in the red, so again, that segment of yellow would be rezoned to RA1. The remaining would stay as RA5 as their proposal. So when we look at how this kind of fits in the lay of the land in terms of zoning, this region is predominantly zoned as RA5, which again has that 5 acre requirement. Coming farther south towards Peachland and Polkton, you've got a little bit of light industrial and R20 and R40, but the vast majority of the region is RA5. Kind of alluded to most of this, but in terms of existing land use and development status, like I said, the vast majority of the parcel is associated with cattle operations, so there's a lot of infrastructure built in for that. And then there is that 1 acre area where it is developed for that home site. So it's the home, the yard, the accessory structures, that sort of thing. In terms of utilities, there is public water available along that road, which is Deep Springs Church Road. In terms of environmental features, I can find no record of FEMA flood hazards, no national wetlands inventory, no wetlands indicated by the NWI, no NCNHP managed areas or protected areas, and no protected historical resources indicated by the state SHPO. Transportation-wise, Deep Springs Church Road is a bi-directional road, as a lot of our rural roads in the county. It's seldomly traveled. It's only 300 people, 300 average daily users. Again, in the way DOT classifies it, even kind of indicates this rural nature, where it's a local function class and a secondary route class. Zoning history, since we've had this current iteration of zoning, it has been zoned as RA5. This is the first rezoning request for the parcel, and there have not been any rezonings or rezoning requests in the immediate vicinity. Like I said, when we do rezonings, you always have to consider how it aligns with the land use plan. So the land use plan identifies it as rural living land use area. And I will say, when you kind of look at this region at large, it displays a blend of working farm, rural living, and large lot residential characteristics. A rezoning of this carved out 1 acre parcel to an RA1 would still align with the land use plan's designation of rural living. when we look at how it would be implemented on the ground, it would be the opinion of my professional opinion that a rezoning of this small scale for a home site that kind of already exists as separate from the ag operations is not going to impact the character of the region. On the ground, I don't think you would see much change, if any. The home site already operates separate from the agricultural operation, so I don't think there would be any impact from this rezoning. So just kind of recap everything I've said. So given the fact that it aligns with the rural living designation of the land use plan, that the small scale would not impact the character of the region, and it would not impede the agricultural operations, which is identified in our land use plan as a priority, and it promotes home ownership, which is also identified in the land use plan. That is my recommendation to approve this rezoning. The planning board came to a similar conclusion at our prior meeting and voted to recommend this proposal for approval. Are there any board comments or questions at this time?
Any board? Okay.
Any public comments?
There's no one signed up, so if no one's in the audience, and
Make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Second.
have a motion to exit the closed session by Commissioner Gatewood, second by Commissioner
Public
Ellerby.
hearing.
Public
I
hearing.
mean the public hearing. I'm sorry, not closed session.
Public hearing.
I'm ready to get the meeting over with.
I am too.
I concur.
Motion to exit the public hearing by Commissioner Gatewood, second by Commissioner Ellerby. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, what's the
Make a
board's
motion
pleasure?
to approve the straight rezoning.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gatewood to approve the straight rezoning of ZMA 25-0007. We have a second by Commissioner Little Reed. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Just for the record, do you find it consistent with the land?
I forget that every
Okay,
time.
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so, according to that motion, we find that this, this rezoning request is consistent with the land use plan, that's been set forth.
Thank you. Okay, next public hearing.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to enter into our number 4 public hearing. Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Mims, second by Commissioner Little Reed. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I don't
It
know.
is getting late.
It is late.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Addison.
So next time we'll bring a pot of coffee, I guess. So, all right, so this is public hearing for ZMA 25-0002 for a straight rezoning as submitted by Joan Taylor. It's legislative hearing. We're going to kind of jump through all this. You'll need to find the land use plan and characteristics of the region. Okay, so for this one, they are requesting to rezone it from low intensity residential, which is also known as R40, to medium density residential, which is also known as R20. Again, straight rezoning, the legislative process with no conditions applied. So it is a approximately 1.16 acre parcel, currently zoned as R40, and again, they are requesting to rezone to R20. So the applicant's rationale for rezoning is they came to my office and they wanted to subdivide the property. When we got to looking at it, excuse me, there was insufficient acreage to create 2 R40 compliant parcels based on the lot area requirements, which is 40,000 square feet, which is approximately 9/10 of an acre. There was a different issue as well. The current parcel in its current configuration has 2 dwelling units. In accordance with our current zoning ordinance, you're only allowed 1 dwelling unit per parcel. So after working with the applicant, it was kind of decided that the best route to pursue would be to rezone this parcel to an R20, followed by a subsequent subdivision to create 2 compliant R20 parcels. So when we look at the existing land conditions, in the top image you see the 2 manufactured homes. Those are the 2 manufactured homes that currently sit on a single parcel. When we look at the bottom images, we see the conditions of the neighborhood. You'll notice that it's a lot of small lot residences that have been developed in prior years. This is the Site conditions, aerial view, you can see it's a pretty large lot, and especially when you look at the surrounding lots, it's noticeably larger than many of the other lots, and I'll point that out. We'll kind of come back to it in a few slides. Whoops, yeah. In terms of how it lays in the land, in terms of zoning, most of that area is zoned as R40, but kind of as you expand outward and get towards the municipality, a major road, it becomes an R20 or light industrial. And as you get more rural, it becomes the RA1 or RA3 designation. Much of this we've already touched on, but in terms of environmental features, again, there were no environmental features of note determined for the site, so no flood hazards, no wetlands, no protected areas, no historical resources. Public water is available to the site along Parson Groves Church Road, and that particular road is a little more traveled than some of the roads we've discussed in prior hearings tonight. It gets about 450 average vehicles a day, but again, it's kind of classified and structured as a more rural road. It serves as a collector and a secondary route. In terms of zoning, since we've had this iteration of zoning, it has been an R40 parcel. This is the first rezoning request for this parcel, and there have been no approved rezonings or rezoning requests in the nearby area. When we look at how it aligns with the land use plan, this region is identified as a single-family neighborhood land use area, kind of indicated by that brighter yellow. And this region does exhibit the characteristics of that sort of designation. Small lot sizes developed for residential uses. Rezoning it from an R40 to an R20 would still align with that land use designation. It wouldn't create any issue with the LUP. In terms of consistency, if you look right along Parsons Grove Church Road and some of the surrounding areas, you'll note, especially adjacent to the site, you'll notice that many of the parcels are of smaller size. Most of them wouldn't even meet the requirements of an R40. They don't have sufficient acreage. So even though we would be downzoning this from an R40 to R20, upzoning, it wouldn't change the characteristic of the neighborhood because the neighborhood already has those characteristics. And also a rezoning would address the issue that there are multiple dwelling units on a single parcel. So, and I apologize, it may not have made it into the slide, but it is in your packet. The applicant has already contacted a surveyor, had a new survey drawn up. So as soon as the rezoning, if it passes at your pleasure, they're ready to submit. I mean, they've done the legwork, so they've done the legwork for the rezoning and then to have a following subdivision to create 2 compliant parcels. So, given the fact that it aligns with the land use plan, that much of the region already doesn't meet R40 designations, and that it would not change the characteristic of the neighborhood, and that it would correct the issues with number of dwelling units per parcel, it is the recommendation of the planning department to approve this rezoning. The planning board at the prior meeting found similar findings and recommended this for approval. Are there any board questions or comments?
Comments? Hearing none?
Public?
Hearing none?
Make a motion, we come out of public hearing.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gatewood to come out of public hearing, second by Commissioner Woodburn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right.
Make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ellaby, second by Commissioner Little Reed, to approve the rezoning of ZMA 25-0008. Any other discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So upon the motion, we find that this rezoning case does meet, it's consistent with our land use plan.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
all right.
And I think I'm done with y'all, so
All
you're
right.
free of me.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on now to our consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Mims, second by Commissioner Gatewood. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. All right. up next on our appearances, we have, it's supposed to be Mr. Ellerby, but we're going to transition that to Mr. Howell. So, oh. Okay. Well, y'all can tag team this. That'll be fine.
This should be noted that a Duke guy has to help a Carolina guy out again.
Well, the whole problem is you don't have a state guy up there, so.
We, three of us was on the committee to discuss the animal control and where it should be placed. We had a meeting last week, and we had a vote of 6-0 that the animal control stay under the animal shelter and the director misled. Under those stipulations, the board had suggestions, or committee had suggestions to you as a board that they hire a third animal control officer, which would actually be a supervisor, like in a sergeant's role, over the two animal control officers that they have or would replace those guys with. And that would be someone that Ms. Lett could talk to. They could discuss whatever needs to be done for animal control through that supervisor position. In addition to that, the committee recommended that the starting pay for animal control officers to be increased. That's option number one. That's the only option we had at that meeting. We met yesterday to finalize that option and bring it to you tonight. And we discussed a second option. The second option was that the Friends of the Animal Shelter would enter into a contract with the county, and that they would be responsible for the shelter and be responsible for animal control, and that they would lease the building from the county and the automobiles or trucks that they have that the county owns there for $1 a month, and the county would also pay them a monthly payment, and it says here $40,000. I don't know if that's an agreeable amount or if that's just something that's proposed per month, and that the director of the animal shelter now would then go to work for the Friends of the Animal Shelter. And what would come out of that would be then, the suggestion would be that the services of animal control and the services of animal shelter for Anston County would be suspended, and that those services would be transferred by the contract to the Friends of the Animal Shelter. And that's it mirrors the program, basically what Richmond County does. Their program is under the health department there, but they do have a 501(c) that does their animal shelter and stuff like that.
So the just to clarify, so the Friends of the Anston Animal Shelter, Anston County Animal Shelter, they proposed, are they willing to, I guess, go with option 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So.
And that was also agreed upon and brought as a co-bringer to the committee with Ms. Morton, and Ms. Morton is here to explain what that would mean for the county and for the Friends of the Animal Shelter, and be available for questions if that's what you like.
Do I have any questions, or do you want me just to explain?
If you will, go ahead and explain what your vision for this is.
What we're proposing is that the Friends of Anston County Animal Shelter, which we are a 501.
Turn that one on. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
It used to be.
Wow, sure.
Thank you. You got our
I
attention.
have a loud voice, don't I? Oh. Okay, that the operation that Friends of Anston County Animal Shelter would be the owners of the animals of Anston County, basically. So what we're proposing is we will rent the building from the committee or from the county. We will rent the 2 trucks. Miss Slett would then hire someone which would be in charge of the 2 animal control. And at the same time, I have to look and see that what if Miss Lett's health failed? Who's going to take over the animal shelter? So we have nobody at this time. So that's why we're asking for the 3rd director or animal control officer. So he would be in charge of the 2 animal control officers in the field, but he would also work with Miss Lett in the office to learn everything she does from the rabies, distemper, parvo, worming, and chips. At the same time, friends will be there to help with the food like we've done before. For the last 9 years, the animal shelter has run very smoothly with friends. So the county has graciously given us money, and we work every single day side by side. We have volunteers. We've got 2 beautiful vans. We just need a little bit of support, and we can take this and run with it. Now, in the county, you have got a tremendous amount of animals that are just going crazy, running wild. We're called, or our animal control people are called by the police department, which 2 police officers have to escort them to pick up an animal. In the county, they're called directly. They go and pick up the animal and they bring it to the shelter. So the shelter consists of the rabies room, the intake, the outtake, and the adoption. So as of 3 weeks ago, we had 52 animals that we were able to get out either by adoption, foster, or volunteers took them. So we can get the animals out. So we're proposing that we take over the shelter, which is Friends of Anson County Animal Shelter. I'm looking at Mr. Forbes. He's talking. And that we have a board of directors. We've already met and approved that we can do this. We can take the shelter. We can provide service to Anson County, and we will approach the police department and see if we can service them also. On the other hand, this would be like a yearly or a 2-year contract with the Anson County Commissioners. So you could look at us in 2 years and see if you like what we've done or if you do not like what we've done. So it would be a contract. So this is what we're asking for. Let us rent the building. Let us rent the trucks. You help provide us with money, and we will take care of the animals that are in Anson County. So, do I have any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead, sir. Picking up the animals, you're gonna pick up cats and dogs inside the city and the county.
Yes, sir. Well, cats are a little bit different, Mr. Mims. Let me explain. A cat does not normally wear a collar. So an owner of a cat will open the door and the cat will go out. Can we pick up cats? The answer would be that's a lot of running around because you've got a lot of cats in Anson County because one cat can have as many as 40 babies in a couple of months. So we do not go around and pick up cats, but what we do have are traps. So if anybody calls us, one of our animal control officers will take a trap out, set it, trap the animal, and then bring it in. We will then adopt the cats out or take them to foster.
So your answer is yes, you will pick up cats.
Yes, sir. Well, not pick up cats. We will trap cats. There's a big difference.
All right. How's it a difference?
Well, when you say pick up, I can send an animal control officer over to your house to get a dog. You try to get a cat, the cat's going to run under the house, run up a tree, run around. So you have to set a trap for a cat. You just can't go and pick one up. It's a little bit harder than what I'm explaining. But we will set the traps and bring them to the shelter.
Once the trap is set, the
Right.
cat is captured, you will then transport the cat to the shelter.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Yeah.
Right, they will, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Ellaby, you had, or I'm sorry.
The other question is, when you talk about budget, you want to hire the assistant directors. Will all that money fit in the budget, of this $40,000 in the money that y'all raised to run the shelter for what y'all want?
Yes, sir.
Really? Yeah.
Any other questions?
Mr. Elby, I think you had a question.
Ask
that question again.
What they're asking for.
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
They're asking for
480,000.
giving a raise to 53,203 for the supervisor, and be 43,500 for the animal control officers, plus the director, plus your operating costs. Is it going to make it in that budget that you're
Yeah, no,
talking?
That's if we remain
Right.
over the shelter.
You've got two different things, sir.
They're proposed, that's in option one. The
Right.
pay raise, the extra employee, for the supervisor, all that's option one.
Right.
Option two is
we take over.
contract with you
Right.
for $40,000 a month.
Correct.
And you're responsible for the hiring, the everything but the maintenance here. You're
Yes, sir.
responsible for any
Yes, sir.
people you hire. You can hire 200 employees for all I care, but it's
That
only
is
40,000 a
true.
month.
Right. We're asking for the $40,000 a month on a 2-year contract, or it could be a year contract, whatever the commissioners decide. And since it's your building, we do ask that you do the maintenance, and we do ask Mr. Wendell Small to cut the grass, and we do ask that you maintain the vehicles. Other than that, we will transport, we will pick up cats and dogs, we will give them their shots, and we will control it.
So it's $480,000.
400, yes, sir.
$480,000. What is the budget
And
right now? What is the operating cost of the?
Our finance director had sent an email. I don't know if I can find it quick enough. I think the last number was 429.
That's how much they've been operating with.
Excuse me, part of that money was grants, part of that money that we had in our budget, Friends also came into effect. So we're asking for $40,000 from the commissioners, and then we, which are Friends, we will come up and create grants. We will write grants. We will do fundraisers. But we do need a larger budget to operate. I mean, the shelter, sometimes we have as many as 79 dogs. That's a lot of mouths to feed.
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, the commissioners, the county does not pay for the food. Friends pays for the food.
Right. When I hear the aspect about the shelter, I was really more interested into the control aspect, but now I hear you saying shelter and control. Now, I don't know, maybe this is a question that Mr. Forbes or someone have to answer. I know that the county could potentially do partnerships with nonprofits, but I don't, would this stipulate, how would this work?
I would recommend that you take bids on this from.
Yes, that's right, yeah, right.
That's what I would recommend.
Yeah, I think, open it up for, if we go that route.
If you go that route, yeah. Put it out there. Let's see who is qualified, who else might be qualified to come in and do it. May not get anybody else. Yes. But you put it out there for that.
Okay. One thing me personally, I'm not prepared to vote on either one of these options tonight. I would like to do a little more research in the $429,000 that's shown in the line item budget. I would like to know how much of that is county funding versus how much of that is grant funding, just for my own use. So, in other words, if we're going to commit to $429,000, is that a 100% increase over what we're funding now? Is that 200% more? How much more are we going to be putting in? Because in that 429, some of that money is grant money, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I just want to verify how much of that is actual grant money.
I think it's like 25,000. I'm not sure of the numbers because I wasn't prepared to bring that.
You think the grant equals 25,000 of that number?
Yes, sir. It was somewhere around there. I'm not sure because I didn't bring that information.
Okay.
If Miss Lett was not sick, she could give you the actual numbers.
I understand.
Does anybody know, is our animal shelter larger than Richmond's county shelter? 'Cause I just received a text in that Richmond County gives their shelter $30,000 a month.
I have no idea comparison in size. I don't know much about Richmond County.
Was that this year, sir, or last year?
I just got a text,
Yeah.
it's $30,000 a year, so
That-
I'm not sure.
That's what I think we can do a little more research on it and.
Here's my question, and I don't mean to be, sound like I'm trying to figure out how we're talking about the shelter. I thought this committee was to bring us a presentation on animal control.
Yes, sir. We only have one animal control officer as of now.
I understand it. So,
Actually, if I could answer it, Ms. Lett is your Animal Services Director. Animal Services takes care of both the shelter as well as animal control.
that's right.
So, and now in Richmond County, theirs is bifurcated, if you will, because the shelter is run by a nonprofit, whereas it's my understanding the health department actually does the animal control part. But I think what I hear
I'm sorry,
what
sir.
I hear you saying is that what you're proposing is when you say animal control, you should be thinking animal services, because even the Friends would take over animal services and be over both the shelter as well as the collection of animals.
Yes, sir. We would be taking over animal control with the shelter, so we would have that position.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is animal services, which
Animal services.
includes
Yeah.
the control part as well as the shelter part.
Yes, sir.
Whereas what I said is in Richmond County, the difference there is that they have a nonprofit, Ms. Tessie Calder, who does the actual shelter, and it's in the package that
We sent you.
that you sent.
Yes, sir.
So
Right. That's a model that was presented that of a potential way of doing it.
Now, we can
just
get
like
you-
other counties,
Right.
sheriff department does animal control.
Yes,
Some
sir.
county, these different ways. So, I mean, here's my concern with it all. I don't question the shelter's ability to do the shelter work.
Yes, sir.
Right. What appears to me though is that we could potentially be back at stage one and not really collecting animals. I mean, and I'm not saying you guys can't do it. I'm just saying this is an aspect of animal services that has not been done. Right.
Well, sir, yes, sir. For the last 10 years, I mean, I don't think anyone has come before the county commissioners with a problem on animal control or animal shelter. For 10
No,
years.
not the shelter. They have been coming for the control.
Well,
control,
that's because of the officers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the control aspect has been bad for a few years now. Now, again, once they get to the shelter, we know they're in
We
good
got
hands.
it, yeah.
We understand that. The issue is not the shelter. The issue is getting them to the shelter.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So,
That is animal control. If we, as far as a shelter is concerned, there's so many parts of it. And an animal control person is called, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they have got to get up and go. Why we were asking for 3 is because it's hard for 2 people to do Anson County and the city of Waitsboro.
Right.
So you're right, it is hard to keep an animal control person because of the pay. You have to figure this person has to go out in the middle of the night, catch an animal, and bring it into the shelter.
Right.
And then you've got to do all the paperwork and you've got to comply with the state.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not just one thing, it's a multitude
Right.
of
Process.
many different processes.
Mhm.
And when we do not have control of the animal control people, we don't know what they're bringing in. Are they bringing in a dog that's processed? Meaning, does it go in the adoption room, intake, outtake? See, it's everything right now is
Right.
scattered.
Right, correct. Which is how this committee came to be.
That's why
They-
we came
they-
up with these
right.
2 proposals.
Mhm.
And the best one, my opinion, is to take for Friends to take over this whole operation, because I think we can do it with no problem. We'll give you a year. If you don't like it, then you can come to us and say, stop. But we need the money in order to get these animals fed, shots, wormed, and out.
Right. Again, I'm not questioning your
Us.
ability.
You're questioning animal control.
I'm doing my due diligence to talk the control aspect of the animal services.
Yes, sir.
The animal shelter, that part. Friends, you guys have been doing a wonderful job at the shelter.
Yes, sir.
But you mentioned in one of your options, in order to service, you said that when a call is made,
Animal control.
along with in the town police officers or
Correct.
So here is my question, and while I have Sheriff Howell with me tonight, this is something I wanted to hear from him.
Yes, sir.
What is the probability of our sheriff department taking control of that aspect? I mean, because a lot of times animal control services require the presence of law enforcement. So with these calls that you are mentioning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, the sheriff department has someone working at every hour of the day, round the clock. Right. So, and I know that that is a practice where animal control is handled by sheriff department. So,
So what is your exact question? So
my question is animal control an aspect that the sheriff department would be willing to look into to see if you could provide that service?
If that's the last option that the county has, then yes, we'll look into it. But my opinion of, and I've run the numbers of what I would have to have if the sheriff's office took over animal control services, and it'd be twice as much is what the Friends of Animal Shelter are asking for here tonight. And the thing is, if you contract with these guys, then we're not going to, the county, and I'll say we as the county, we have a contract with them. They're responsible for animal control. They're responsible for the animal shelter or animal services. And then when someone calls or has a question about it, we refer them to the people who have the contract, because that's the services that's in the contract that they're agreeing to provide. And so it's the cheapest and the best for the county, in my opinion, is to try this contract and see if it works for a year. And they'll also be the ones who will be negotiating with the town on picking up their animal controls and getting any funds from the town if the town wants to pay funds. But I think this is the best option as far as monetarily.
Now, when you say cost twice as much, what would require the services being provided through the sheriff department to cost twice as much? We wouldn't have to purchase any vehicles.
We would have to purchase vehicles.
Why would we have to do that?
We have to purchase vehicles that would be.
That's if we deputize them. I mean, we wouldn't have. They don't necessarily have to be deputized.
I wouldn't do it unless the guys were, or the people that we hire are deputized, and they would have to hire people to do that, because I would not be able to do it with existing staff that we have now, because we're already taxed with enough calls and enough crime that the guys that we have now are working their rumps off to keep the county safe. So if the sheriff's office entered into that, then we would have to hire people to do that. We would have to equip them. We're talking about walkie-talkies. We're talking about trucks. We're talking about guns, bulletproof vests, body cameras and stuff. And so you can see how the cost would stack up pretty quick.
Here's my question. Well, I get what you're saying, but so at this particular time, whether they have it or not, law enforcement would be on the scene at some point for some situations, particularly.
On some situations, yes. Not every call.
Not every call. Okay.
And we would go, and we would be doing any criminal charges if it comes to neglect or something that we always have. We'd always be able to assist them. And I think that was one consistent thing of the committee, no matter what option was that you take or you pick another option, is that we all agreed to support whatever division that we're in. We offered to support the animal shelter and animal control with whatever our agency can provide to them. So it wouldn't be like we would be stepping back and not helping them, but animal services would be completely with them in their contract, and they'd be responsible for it.
Mr. Ellery, let me just say, I know that you said the turnover for animal and I understand that. But right now, we don't have animal control. I mean, the shelter is not in control, but
Right.
yet you still had someone
They were up until about
24 hours ago.
no.
30 days
What was the last meeting we made that we voted? Oh, animal control officer resigned.
Yeah. But to your point, Mr. Ellerby, 30 days ago,
Yeah,
animal shelter
yeah.
was over animal
Yeah.
control. Yes.
Right,
So
right.
what happens with the current, if we only have one left, what happens to the current animal control person that's left?
I think that would depend on Mr. Rodney and the animal control person herself. I don't know, when you look at the full program of what an animal control person has to do, and I can give that, what the work detail, and I think we gave it to you the last time, it's a whole range of things. It's not just picking up animals. If it needs to be, and we don't have anybody to clean cages in the back, then that animal control person, if they're not on a call, which is what's happening right now, the animal control officer tomorrow, Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday and today, she had to go and clean the cages at the animal shelter. Miss Marine is sick. So I went with her and we got all the animals done within a 2-hour basis. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can do it. Tomorrow I cannot be with her, so she will be by herself in the shelter with no one. So when you think of animal control, there's a whole lot of duties, not just picking up animals. I mean, there's
Well,
a list.
I kinda understand, but I disagree a little bit, because the animal control people was offered to go out there and y'all refused to have them come out, so y'all hadn't
No,
helped.
sir, that was, I was told by Mr. Sussman, he called me, and this whole situation, because I do want to explain it, he called me and told me that the girl could come out and work with me. And my answer was, no, sir, I don't think so at this time. He had also told me that Jasper had COVID, and that I know that.
All right,
We can't name
we're
it.
not gonna get into employees,
Okay,
former
all right,
employees.
forget that. Let's
Please,
just
ma'am,
go.
I'm just being, I can't have that again.
That's fine.
Thank you, ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate you, Mr. Ford.
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I didn't mean to be
Yes,
so
I
disruptive.
did say I did not want her with me that day. I'm sorry.
I would like
So
to
my input was going off of everything as far as what we've said so far. I'm not prepared. I'm not going to vote on anything tonight. I think we can all agree with that. At the end of the day, in my mind, animal control and animal shelter should be two different entities if the county is going to keep that. If we're going to contract it out with a nonprofit, I agree with putting out a request for proposals or request for services. I'm not against that. If you contract it out, that's up to them, whoever we contract it out with. If the county keeps it, I want to see it two totally different things, animal control and animal shelter. So that's where I sit. But contracting it out sounds good to me,
Yeah.
too. So
I believe in the ability of the animal shelter operations.
Oh, yeah.
Just like Mr. Ellerby said, I believe in your capabilities right now. I think it's probably the best option to let the animal shelter handle animal control as a contract service. I'm willing to try it, and let's, a year contract, 2-year contract, whatever short-term contract. Obviously, there's going to have to be in the contract language. If we don't feel that the I'm going to call it the animal services are not meeting the ends of the contract, then there's got to be some type of provision to get out of the contract for the county standpoint. Because at the end of the day, this board of 7 commissioners still has to be responsible for animal control in the county. All we're doing is signing that contract over to you. We're contracting that service out. If we feel we're not getting that done properly, we have to have the ability to pull that back.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Any contract, I'm gonna speak for Mr. Forbes, but I think any contract that he would put together for you, regardless of whether it's animal services or anything else, he's gonna probably have in there that with a certain amount of notice, whether it's 30 or 90 days, that either party could give a separation.
Yes. So that's got to be a part of the contract.
There'll be escape clauses.
There's probably a little more language in there that would have to be addressed as far as what type of calls animal control would respond to, what they would do, what they wouldn't do. In other words, are you coming out to pick up a cow that's laying down? You know, where do we draw the line on what kind of animal you're going to respond to? So there's some language that we would have to work on in that contract.
So normally, it would just be cats and dogs. The state regulates cats, dogs, and ferals.
Okay, so and that would have to be spelled out in the contract. So I think, this is just my opinion, if the board's agreeing, I think that we have something, a draft that we can work off of. We can start looking at a contract to see how we can move forward with that. I believe that's our best option. I think obviously we need to look at putting it out to bids just to see, are there any other qualified candidates that would like to come forward and submit a bid? Obviously, we would have your bid as well, and but I think that's probably the best step moving forward. Give it a try.
We're talking about option two.
Option two, yes, sir.
So based upon their recommendation, and Sheriff Howell said it would be probably more financial savvy. Do we have to make a motion to put out RFPs for this, or would that do we
suggest an RFQ? Which
RFQ,
is
I mean,
qualifications, yes.
Okay. So, do we need a motion? Yeah, I would say for a proposal. Yeah.
Well, it'll be a proposal, but what it will also do is state the qualifications of whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit entity that might want to propose. But it really does technically need to have the qualifications. The Friends, as has been pointed out several times by Ms. Morton, they've been doing it for 10 years plus or minus, and so that they would put that in their RFQ. And if someone else from some other location, and I don't know that there is.
I don't know.
So, and the other part I would ask you all is, how long if you go with an RFP/RFQ, how long do you want it on the street before coming back to you for consideration?
60 days?
No, I wouldn't think so.
I'd say 30 days.
I was going to say
Is there a legal standpoint to how long we have to put that out for, Attorney Forbes? As far as putting out an RFQ?
I'll be very frank with you. I'm not 100% sure. There's certain things for engineers.
Yes.
I've never looked up what it is for an animal shelter. I've
And
never
that's-
found it either.
Yeah.
I know 30 days you would be covered in 30 days, if that's not too long.
Yeah, because I know there's certain things that we have to put RFQs for, or request out there publicly, manager.
Yeah, well, the things that you have to would be for, like, as Mr. Forbes just said, engineering services, which are considered professional, audit services, architectural services, if you want to have a building designed, or any of those types of things, you have to. I've never put out an RFP for animal services, so I'm not sure if there is such a requirement.
I don't know if there is another one because there is another county that we have contacted that has just went into a contract with Paws and Claws, which is a rescue. So I think it was Rutherton. And they did a contract.
Okay.
I'll say this, I think, and this is not exactly what we're talking about right now, but I think maybe y'all saw at the last commission meeting, they had a group out here that showed up, and a lot of people made some comments and stuff. They've been doing this long enough, and they're connected to other nonprofits, other counties. Maureen has experience, and she's familiar with other counties, and so some of the employees maybe the county could not get. Maybe they have a wider way of contacting or finding employees that would come here because of their networking services. You know, we're limited to posting jobs or advertising jobs, but they're are well organized, and they may have a lot more success in getting people to go to work than actually the county.
Yeah, that's why I believe in their ability. I'm willing to give it a try. I think we do need to work on some contract language. I would obviously like to negotiate the price, but we can we can discuss that.
I looked at 24-25 budget. I got it pulled up here. The animal shelter. The admin recommended for 24-25, not current year, but last year, was $399,171. The animal control building, which they would be leasing for $1, that was budgeted at $78,000 for 24-25.
So we would still retain part of that building cost in our maintenance if we,
Pretty much all of it, if it's just for the building.
well,
I mean,
I would think that would be, in that line item, that would include power, water,
yeah, true.
so it's not gonna be that total amount,
True.
but,
Yes, you're right.
But let me just say this, for the past, let's say, 5 years, even though most of the maintenance has been done by Friends as far as the painting, putting in new floors, putting in new lighting system all over the shelter, putting in humidifiers because we have a problem with mold. And now we've got 47 more doors to put up. So it's just a little bit safer because the state wrote us up, which means that we were not in compliance with our doors because they have rust and the bottom part of the doors are all chewed up from the dogs. So we do have 47 doors to put up in compliance. And that was done by a grant. It was a $48,000 grant that Marine wrote. So we have the doors, we're in compliance in everything except maybe 10 items.
yeah. That's why I know a lot of the supplies that have went into the building, the Friends or grants have taken care of, so, I think we need to research this a little more.
Well, yeah. Let's just work towards option 2.
Yep.
Let the county manager and Ms. Lett and Ms. Morton see what else is needed, and as far as making it into a contract that will work, and proceed from there. I mean, in other words, once that's put together, bring it back to the board for approval, and then we'll go from there.
Are you given, is there a time limit on this, Mr. Woodburn? Because right now, somebody's gotta start looking for another animal control officer, whether it's Mr. Rodney or whether it's the sheriff's department. You have to have another animal control officer, I think, ASAP.
I say as soon as possible. I mean, that's what we're going, yeah.
Contract done and
Yeah.
bring it back towards the next meeting? Is that what you're saying?
By the next meeting would be great.
Next meeting is gonna be September
Probably needs to be
2nd.
done before then, but definitely by the next meeting.
But I think we would have to put out those RFQs. I mean, for the sake of dotting our i's and crossing our t's. If we as a county is gonna go into contract, I think we need to put it out, because for bids or something to.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if that's
Mandatory?
100% required.
It's technically not
Is it not?
mandatory,
Mandatory, right, yeah.
but it could be highly suggested.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not
I thought
mandatory.
that's what he was saying. I just wanted to make sure. I thought it was.
I'm with you on that. If it's mandatory, then yes, but if it's
I'm-
not, then.
Professional services, again, architectural, engineering, audits, those types of things, accounting, those are legal, those are professional services. Mr. Forbes is looking
That
right
I would
now, but
agree
know
with
that
Are those professional
those are
services?
mandatory. This is probably not.
This is not a professional service.
I'm gonna say this.
I don't know about that.
You're taking public property
Yes, right.
and you're giving, and you're gonna be putting money, taxpayer money into it. You need to have I would suggest that you protect yourselves and do something else, especially if you're going to be leasing assets of the county to someone.
That's right.
To someone. So a request for proposal is what I recommend.
What is the temporary plan, if we're gonna work towards option 2, what is the temporary plan for an animal control officer tomorrow?
Well, somebody
That's
got
something we got to do. I mean,
we've had a hard time keeping somebody over there, period. So, I mean, ain't nothing new.
yeah.
But
I mean, I don't know what.
I mean, what I'm questioning is, if we advertise for the job tomorrow, we hire someone, and then we contract it out, at that point, we have to offer that employee another job.
Right, but see, if Friends has it, then it's not an employee of the county.
Once you sign the contract, but they're still an employee of this county, and we can't just say, we did away with the job, see you later. We have to,
Right, yeah.
we have to offer them employment somewhere. So that's the only question.
We were trying to look at everything, because if Friends did take it over and a person worked for Friends, right, then they are giving up a lot, because the county offers, medical, eye, dental, overtime, holiday pay. Now, that's something that we cannot offer. So when we're looking at people to hire.
And that was
they'll
my
know this,
but
but
that
we're
was my
looking at-
question again. I didn't go in depth to that extent. That was my question pertaining to the animal control aspect of the animal services, because I don't know what Friends is going to put in the budget item to pay
And that's
animal
their
control
leverage is what
And-
they
That was
pay.
my question with
Yeah,
the money.
yeah. So, I mean, the issue of retaining an animal control person has a lot to do with the dollar amount. So now you're going to take away some other fringe benefits that will not be in place. So that was my concern.
We did have someone that came to us that wanted the position, and I think we were $2 off than what they wanted for a pay. And he was willing to be animal control and learn the whole process of the way the animal shelter is run. But I guess within the budget, it was not allowed, so he went to work somewhere else. But the question before, can we network better than what you guys can? The answer is yes, we can. We've got a lot of people that would come and work if the money is there. I mean, I'm sorry, but there is. Sometimes it's not the benefits that pull in people, it's the fact of what they're doing, the love of the job.
That's right.
I mean, for me, I don't get paid.
So we have two options on the table, and we're just asking you all humbly to take a look at the options, and we need to get together with our committee. We're open for sit-down discussion, so we can make a decision on the next steps that we should take on with our animal control, animal shelter processes.
When does your committee meet again?
We'll probably meet maybe one day next week to discuss
Wednesday.
things. Yeah, Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Wednesday normally at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
In here.
Okay.
Do you want us to have a contract by next Wednesday? Is that what you want? Or is Mr. Forbes going to do a contract? So do I work with Mr. Forbes?
I like for them to submit a RFQ. I like to get the RFQ. We need to put that out.
I think so.
I think what we need to do is, I think we need to put out for an RFQ. You all put together your RFQ. I think that's the route we should go. Again, because what they're going to be doing, they're going to be providing services to Anson County citizens and utilizing property and that is funded by the tax dollars. So I think we should just put out for the RFQ ASAP. You all put that together, submit it, what your RFQ is, and that'll basically be what you're willing to do.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's simple.
So that means Mr. Forbes and I get together?
No, yeah. So I'll make a motion that we put out or accept RFQs for animal services.
All right, you want to advertise the RFQ for the animal
For
services
animal
contract for the Anson County?
Yeah.
That's your motion? Okay.
And what do we do in the meantime?
That's my concern.
Because this could be a 3-month,
I agree.
4-month process to get an RFQ.
Well, I mean, if we don't have anybody next meeting, if they submit theirs by the next meeting, I don't know how that goes.
The RFQ's
Yeah,
gonna take a
yeah,
while.
it don't have to be that long. Yeah. If nobody else submit theirs and they do, then we've got leverage to
Gonna take a while.
look
You
into it.
can't
Yeah, we're not ready to do a contract tonight. I don't think.
No.
I'm talking about the request for proposal, or whatever, request for quote, or whatever you're talking about. That's gonna take a while.
Well, but I think they already have
Yeah, I
it
know
on
you gotta do it
paper.
by itself, but
can we ever-
having this other thing in place ain't gonna do any good without that, because you don't know who you're gonna give it to.
If we advertise for 7 days, we should be
Yeah, I
fine.
get that.
And that'll give time to, give them time to, give a proposal to us. It seems like she's already got one worked out. And anyone else
proposal's in front of us
that's
already.
out there in YouTube land listening, and our proposal that should be adequate time.
Okay. So tomorrow we want to advertise the RFQ for 7 days for animal services.
Mr. Forbes and I have to write it first, and as soon as we can get it written, we'll advertise it for 7 days, which hopefully will give us time to get it back to you on your September 2 meeting.
Okay. Well, we got 3 hours before midnight. So.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, are you gonna also post an animal animal control
We
position.
got 3 hours, we got
Because
2 and
we're
a half.
still down to one,
I-
and we
I'm-
still don't have anybody to clean the
I'm pretty
cages.
sure they'll post
I
this
think
in
that
somebody.
is, that's up to our manager with employee matters, is with the open position. I'm gonna say that's up to our manager on handling the employee opening.
The problem we're gonna have is getting someone that's gonna agree to a position they won't know how long they're gonna work in.
Exactly, yes, you're absolutely right. I'm not,
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
I'm just being
And
brutally honest. I mean, by the same token, my concern would be if the current animal control officer, as Ms. Morton has pointed out, is gonna be working by herself the next 2 days, that person may get out there and say, oh, I'm overwhelmed, and walk off the job.
True.
It's happened before, and you know it.
It's very hard to work 15 to 16 dogs by yourself. And I've been doing it for the last week.
Was-
And the little girl that helped me went to college, so that left me. Today, I did have help, or she had help, which was myself. But tomorrow and the next day, I will not be there. So she's got to do it. And there's nobody else in the shelter. She is by herself. So he is right. If you do not have another animal control, and we're also waiting for the drug test for the other 2 animal cleaners, maintenance, for them to come to work. So it's like spinning wheels right now. And I'm right in the middle of it.
So why can't the animal control person we still have left go out and help the
I'm
person?
sorry, sir?
The animal control person we have left, why can't they go out and help tomorrow? And,
Well, she's going out there to clean
Yeah.
tomorrow by herself.
oh, be by her by herself. Okay, I thought you were, okay.
She will be, you've got 15 dogs by herself. So you've got to move them, clean the cages, feed them, water them, bleach everything, bring the dogs from outside back inside. You've got one in the rabies room that's gotta have shots, and you've got one in the other room. So, I mean, you've got a rolling
Yeah.
tumbleweed
So,
here.
I just got an off-the-wall question. So I guess it was 2 weeks ago, we were down to 3 dogs in the shelter?
No, sir. 3 weeks ago, we got rid of all the dogs,
So we
every
were 0.
animal, 52 animals in one day. That is through, going through volunteers, that's fostering, adoption, and for us taking them, right? Rescue.
Yep.
And then we had Anson County people to come in and adopt some. All right, that was 52.
Yep.
Then we ended back up, within a week, we're back up to 15. Now tonight, or yesterday, we got 3 more. You've got 2 puppies with a broken leg that's gotta come in tomorrow. I mean, it's nonstop.
Yeah,
And
that's
we've
what I was
got
getting
10
at.
cats coming tomorrow.
Now,
That's what I was getting at, was in 3
were
weeks.
these animals retrieved by like our animal control
No, sir,
officers?
some of them, no, sir, some of them were surrendered by
Oh,
the
brought-
owner
oh.
or by somebody that the dog was just dropped off. And I think animal control, 1, 2, I think she picked up 3 to 4 in the last week. So we're back up to probably, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dogs. No cats until tomorrow. Tomorrow the cats come.
Was all these dogs picked up from the county, from Anson County?
sorry?
Was all these dogs picked up from,
Every single one of them, except one was from the town.
okay.
Okay, that was the little puppy with a broken leg.
Mm.
And now it's in rescue. It's in, I think, Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair.
Make a suggestion that, like maybe we had to do in the jail in the past, maybe the county manager can call the surrounding counties. Maybe someone would lend us a couple of animal control officers, or contract with them for 30 days or until this comes over, and then we'll have trained, equipped animal control officers coming in from another county until this can be resolved and they take over.
And let me just bring out, we just had a visitor from Chesterfield that asked Maureen to leave here and go there and wanted to take our animal control people because they have 79 dogs. So if you just check around and look at all the areas, you've got 79 to 80 dogs per county. I'm done. Yeah.
I think sheriff's,
Any more
sheriff's
questions?
suggestion is a good idea.
Okay. So, Mr. Forbes, you're gonna draft a RFQ. We're gonna run for 7 days, looking for a qualified candidate to operate animal services for this county.
Correct.
Once we review the,
I want with the manager in the morning, and we'll do that.
okay. All right. And in the short term, Mr. Sauceman, you will handle the job vacancy that we have in animal control as far as.
And I just a text message from Katie, and I told her to proceed with the ones that that Ms. Morton referenced, that we've already got the part of it back. We don't have the drug test back yet. And so I told her to proceed. Hopefully you will have that back within the next day or so.
Okay. All right. So,
Well, it's not perfect yet.
I apologize. That was a perfect.
Because the animal control, animal services, they need some emergency help. One person can't do it. So how do we address that?
that's what I was tasking Mr. Sauceman with, filling those vacancies.
We've got some people that actually Miss Lett said that she was willing to hire to do that job. And we are in the process of now of vetting them. We have to do a background check, which has been done. They came back okay. And then the last part of that is the drug test. We're waiting on the drug test to come back. As soon as that's done, they can start to work.
Okay, all right.
So, yes, he's going to work on filling those vacancies until we can review the RFQs. You're going to have to remind me, did we vote on that RFQ? I don't.
Oh, we did.
Do we need to make that into a motion that we're going?
Apparently we did, I think.
The motion and all was made, but it wasn't voted on.
Make it in the motion, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Ellerby, I think you've made that motion already one time, so if you'll do it again.
Yeah, I make a motion that we send out RFQ for 7 days.
For animal
services.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Ellerby. We had a second by Commissioner Gatewood. All in favor of submitting or advertising for RFQ for animal control or animal services for Anson County, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right. Where are we at? Public addresses to the board.
I don't think nobody hung around long enough for that.
Does anybody out there want to speak? Because I don't have anybody signed up on the sign-up sheet. We're going to move on. Down to the manager's report.
I just tried to get Keisha to come do it, but she says no, she had nothing to say in life. She's good where she is. First thing on my report list, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this opportunity, is a discussion on your DMV/LPA. Some people call it a DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles Office. Some call it the License Plate Agency. And anyway, I was asked to look into our contract with the state. And I'm going to read you so I don't mess this up. This is a letter I got back from Robin Cunningham, who's the program supervisor of the LPA Liaison, North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicles. And it says, good morning. Your LPA contract expired February 14, 2024, and was extended for 2 years, making your new expiration February 14, 2026. We are required by statute to post for applicants when a contract ends. We will publish the post for applicants today, August 14, 2024, which was last Thursday. I will send this to all LPAs via email, but you may also access it at the ncdot.gov under news releases. We encourage you to apply for the new contract and look forward to your submission. So I guess at this time is it's already been advertised or posted, however you want to couch it. Our contract expires February 14, 2026, and they do this in advance, so they'll have time, if there is going to be a change, to let the new vendor, if you will, have adequate notice to get geared up, find office space, etc. So what I need to know from you tonight is, do you want us to put together a proposal to send to DMV? Is that correct? Okay.
All right. What are the board's thoughts on renewing the license plate agency, I guess, contract or agreement?
My thoughts would be to renew it. Put in a request to renew it.
I would like to hear, since we have our tax administrator here who oversees that office, I would like to hear a recommendation or a summary of his thoughts on the license plate agency.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, I actually got the application of 8/14, so I haven't had it, been sitting on it.
Mhm.
I got it on 8/14. It's due 8/28. Actually, I have a copy of the application that we can send to them if the board so desires to continue to renew the DMV. I think that it's a service that the county provides. It's not really a money-making service, but it's what we consider like a one-stop shopping. I was told, not recently, but in the past, that if we didn't.
Can you use the mic?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was told several months ago that if we didn't renew it, that they probably would not place another DMV in Anson County, which means, in other words, our citizens would have to go to the adjoining counties, in other words, to get the service. So I think it's a worthwhile service. There is a cost to it, cost to the taxpayers, but they're the ones that get the opportunity to use it. It's a tough department to staff, even though I've had longevity in the past, in those positions. But it's difficult a lot of times when you only got two people in a department and one's out. It makes it all fall to the other one, which we usually, when one person's out, we maintain the full schedule for that day. That person just works through. But it is inconvenient to that person that's stuck there or right there in the midst of that. It's a tough department to run. It's a lot of paperwork. I think that staffing it is the biggest issue. I spoke with Lynn on the 4th of August about staff up there. I talked to Robert and Jamie on the 7th about staffing up there. I've got 2 employees up there that have some medical issues that may need some attention to where they might have to go out on FMLA for a while. When we actually put the collections and the DMV together, sort of all in an umbrella, the goal was to cross-train from collections to DMV and really from DMV to collections. It's much easier to cross-train over to collections than it is to cross-train over into DMV. But it's possible and it's done, and we started that. When I talked to Robert and Jamie on the 7th, on Monday, not this past Monday, but prior Monday, we sent an employee from collections over to DMV, and that person now is cross-training over there so we can use that person, in other words, in the event somebody's out. So it's a manageable thing. I think it's a service that the county provides that the taxpayers would miss if we didn't have it. It'd be easy to say, let's just do away with it. But I really think it's worth considering keeping and providing that service. The thing about it is, like, when it's not within, like, the government center here, if a person goes to Rockingham or Stanley or Union and they have an issue with a renewal, now the state will handle all their issues, but if it's a tax issue or a situs issue and they want it changed, in other words, they're gonna have to leave where they're at, come back here, let the tax office here correct it in our VTS. In other words, then go back to that office, in other words, to complete the renewal, the transfer, or whatever it is. So I think it's a great service to the citizens, and I would hate to see us lose it. But that's the decision of the board. I think they want us to take it back, in reference to my conversations with them, they just this past week ran new, fiber optic cables into our, utility room downstairs. In other words, to transfer over into the DMV. DMV's on Spectrum. It's the only Spectrum service in the government center. The rest of it's on Windstream. But we had to have that, in other words, to put it here initially. So they've already corrected or upgraded the wiring and the background, in other words, to continue it here. So I think they're hoping that we'll keep it, but now I don't know. I can't speak for them.
Is your main concern, if the county doesn't renew it, that we won't, the citizens wouldn't be able to go to the tax office to correct an issue if we didn't run it ourselves?
Right.
So if we lease the office space to a private entity, that would solve that problem.
That's true.
Correct?
That's true. And that's if they're willing to put another one back in Anson County.
And so that's another main concern is if we don't reapply, you don't know that they will provide a third party, I'll call it a franchise.
Yeah, I don't know that.
From
I don't know they won't, and I don't know they will.
Gotcha.
From some research, I heard that was the only reason why we had it is because the government took it over.
So what now?
From what I understood is that's why we have it is the government took it over. So it's a possibility that the citizens may not have this service provided at all. Strong possibility that if Anson County don't do it, it won't be done.
And that's the reason the county has it now.
Yeah.
It was
private.
privately
That's
owned, operated for years, and they got in some situation, and that was going away. And in order to continue to be able to provide that service to the citizens of Anson County, county government took it over.
Right.
That's right.
And, since we're in the situation we're in now, where everything is right there together, it's really like Newton said, it's really a good service to the citizens of the county because it's convenient. I go up here to get my tag, and they're telling me something, you can't get your tag because there's a tax issue. Just walk a few steps behind you, and you can get the tax issue settled and go back over and get your tag.
But I understand the numbers, Mr. Newton, with the profit loss statement that we have here. How can we get the numbers up? I understand it's not a money making business, but since 2018, we have lost $217,469.
Well, I ran the numbers. I ran the budget numbers on what it cost us last year. I don't have the whole years you got, but last year we took in almost $91,000 and budgeted to run it, which was probably inflated some because they ain't gonna just pin it, where it's at. Budgeted last year, 24-25, was 122. So it's 122 against 91,000. That's what we actually took in 91,000.
31,000.
Now,
Well, my loss for 25 was $37,296.04.
I ran it out of Edmonds this week, and if there's something here that I don't see, then then
I'm
it
not
can be
sure I
brought
got
to
that
light.
from my finance director. I'm not sure.
What was that number?
$37,296.04. So I don't know.
Well, like I said, I've got 90 right at 91,000 and 122 is what I've got.
31,000.
So that's 30. I mean,
Close, isn't it?
that's
Yeah.
right. So you within 7,000 of what you're talking about.
But if there's a private company that wanted to provide that service, we would no longer be losing $31,000.
And we would no longer probably have this service. That's
I don't know that we can state it's a high probability. The state's not said that. Did the email state that?
But now you want to think about too when you, and like I said, it's certainly up to the board. But do you want somebody else in the government center?
No.
When I mean, an outside firm in the government center.
Right, that's right.
And you'll find out from the DMV that they'll tell you, we love for counties to take it, we love for towns, municipalities to take it, we love for Chamber of Commerce to take it, they say. They're always run better, and they're always more efficient.
I'm gonna have to dispute that. I don't think our government's running our license plate agency more efficient than a private entity would. We lose a lot of service. You talk about citizens coming to get a tag here and having to dispute a tax claim. A lot of citizens are already going to other agencies and then having to come back here because we can't perform the job here in our own county. I know it for a fact. And so I feel like that's why our $91,000 intake is not, it should be higher than that, because we're losing a lot of business going outside of Anson County to get a tag renewed, I promise you.
I can promise you that, not getting into the weeds, I'll say, some staffing could change that. Plus, we'll start picking up tolls, which won't be a lot, but we'll start picking up tolls sometimes later in the year where we don't collect them now. We'll start collecting tolls and get paid a fee. But
Who's responsible for the staffing there?
do what?
Who's responsible for the staffing there?
I am.
So can we decrease the $31,000 loss in that agency?
If you'll let me.
When you say let you, we have a personnel policy. Will the personnel policy not allow that?
If we stick with it, yes.
I think we should be doing that immediately. Is that the board's?
It's gonna take care of that $31,000 loss.
Absolutely.
If that's the policy, we should be, and that doesn't go just for the license plate agent, that goes for every department. If our personnel policy calls for management performance guidelines, we should be doing that no matter what.
I agree.
And so I would hope this board would stick by that personnel policy and allow any department head or supervisor or the manager to enforce those rules.
Absolutely.
I think it's expected.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It should be expected.
Okay.
So if
Well, and listen, see, one thing that hurts us to a great degree is if we had auto dealerships here.
we do.
I'm talking about like, Ford, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about other than the Ford place out here.
Yeah.
You go to Rockingham or these others, we don't have that base, in other words, for traffic.
That's a valid point.
Outside of citizens.
That's a valid point.
Sure.
So,
But
there's
the only
nothing you
dealership
can do about that really, but
the only dealership we do have don't come here. So not all, they do some, but not all of them. Not all the transactions come here from there because they can't get a tag renewed or a tag issued, which is my point. We're losing transactions from citizens in this county, from a business that's selling a vehicle in this county. They're not getting their tag here. And we need to fix it. I don't know how. I don't run that department, but if you believe by enforcing the personnel ordinance that we have that you could correct that, then I'm going to go out on a limb and say I expect you to do that, and not just you. I expect any department head to enforce our personnel policy or ordinance that we have.
All right.
So
I'm good with that.
I expect Mr. Newton in as it was, along with the county manager.
along with the manager, yes.
Yeah.
So
I make a motion, we renew it.
I second it.
all right, so this time we have a motion on the floor to renew the license plate agency agreement with the state. That's due, I think, the 28th of August. We have a second by Commissioner Little Reed. Any other discussion on that?
How long is that? Is it 2 years? It's on a 2-year cycle?
No, I think it's longer than that. We got extended 2 years because we had taken it over from a private agency back then. So that's why they went ahead and extended it so they can say, I guess, our performance. But if I'm guessing Mr. Newton can put the proposal together if the board votes in the affirmative, since he's got the
I've got the application.
Do you know how long the term is?
I don't know what term it is.
Okay.
I don't.
It's got to be turned in by the 29th, 28th.
28th.
So,
Yeah.
We need to get it in, then
I mean, if we don't, if we sit on this until September, it's going to be past the deadline.
Oh, yeah.
So, I call it.
At least get started anyway.
Yeah.
So let's approve to him, let him get it turned in, then we can go from there if there's any changes. I think the main thing is keeping it here.
We have a motion, we have a second. I'm gonna go out and say that I don't think it's in our best interest to continue down the road we're going right now. If you think you can get the corrected action taking place to improve the services to the citizens of this county by enforcing our personnel policy or ordinance, then I'll support that. But if you don't think we can, I think we need to do something different. So I'm going off your word that you say you can get it corrected, so I can support that, but I want to see results.
I can't fix it overnight.
I agree. So
But other than that, we can close the gap.
that's what I want to see. I want to see the services improved for the citizens of this county.
I got you.
Because there's a lot of money we're losing.
It is a lot of money.
Whatever it takes to make it right, I'm
Yeah.
all right with that, but it needs to make it right, where the county's not losing that type of money. I know we're providing the services for the citizen, but my thing is to what cost to lose.
Okay. Any other discussion on license plate agency before we vote?
You said you had one person that you was cross-training. What about the other people? Are you gonna cross-train them also?
If it's necessary, I don't know that it's gonna be necessary. I mean, we're not down, we took the thing in 2009. We were down about 2 weeks ago for a day. That's the only day since 2009 that I've known that we were actually down for the whole day because of staffing. Now, if you go to the DMV, I get a report every day of what DMVs are open and which are closed. I took a 30-day window and I thought, how many DMVs are either closing a day or a half a day or what it is? And there's 15 in a 30-day period across the state that were closing, and the county has that authority to close that if the staffing's short. There was 15 in a 30-day period that stopped. In other words, either didn't open that day or closed early. So it's a across the board thing. And so in answer to that, if it becomes necessary, we can do that. I don't think it would be necessary if we've got that third person that can step in. If we hadn't closed since 2009, but one day that we had to shut it down, I think we could handle it with just that 3.
But you have the part-time person too, so that means you have 4. You'll have 4 total.
Yeah, and see, well, we've got 2 employees up there now that may have to be out a while. After I met with Jamie and Robert, I met with HR on Friday. We met on Thursday. I met on Friday. I asked her, had anybody asked or applied for FMLA time off? And she said, the 2 employees up there have discussed it with me and talked to me about it, but they haven't applied. She sent them the paperwork for FMLA. She put a deadline on it that they had to return it back by the 26th. I talked to her before I came to this meeting this evening and asked them, have you gotten the paperwork back so I know what I got to work with?
So basically, you just really need the one person.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be safe
That's
to
what
stay
I
there.
need. I just need that one person for a backup. But she said she hadn't, but she had talked to them again and they were gonna submit it. Now, I don't know the specifics of those being out, but I know that I'm gonna have some downtime with some staff. But I can cover it with that third person.
Okay. All right. I'm trusting you to get it improved. So any other discussion on the license plate agency before we vote? All in favor of renewing the license plate agency by the county, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
While Larry's on his way back to sitting down, you're talking about people being out. We have essentially 300 employees. We have 13 of them on FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act, with 3 more pending. With 13, that's slightly over 4%.
It's a lot. So, all right. Up next, Water Department report, Mr. Sessions?
Yes, sir. About the dirty water complaints, and the two things that can cause that is a plant problem or high velocity in the water pipe, the main lines. What has caused ours has been the high velocity in the main lines. We tested at the plant, and the test that we knew to do, the test that was recommended by our engineers, and right now it's not showing any problems at the plant. So about 3 weeks ago, when we had 2 weeks of extremely hot weather, I talked to Larry, because I did this back when Mr. Gatewood was the manager. There was over 1,000 chicken houses in the county then, and he felt like now it's at the minimum 1,200 to 1,500, but we hadn't got the last count back because he's having to get it through his computer. His is apparently different than ours. And with all that pulling, that's what stirred it up. Well, we had to, the only thing you can do for that is a lot of flushing, and we've been doing that. But if you think about this, when you got a high demand and it's got your system stirred up, then you're out there flushing. It still kept us pulled down. We had made a comeback this weekend, and as Mr. Woodburn knows, because he called and told me that they had a problem at his church, on 52 Saturday, construction company that's doing the bridge for the state, there was some problems down there, and our 12-inch line got broke. So that's added more dirty water to this part of the county. But we've about got that flushed out now. The only other thing that has been could be a cause of it, and we stopped using it sometimes last week, is we use sodium permanganate for algae, and that can cause discoloration sometimes. So our engineers recommended us to stop using that, and the state's talked with Amy today. They understand. I mean, I hate it's happened. We've told all kinds of customers we hate it's happened, but we hadn't had heat like this since I've been here in 16 years, not 2 straight weeks like we had. And, but I think we've made a turn for the good now.
Well, have you talked to Richmond County? What are they doing? Because they got just as many chicken houses.
They've had some of the same problems.
What about
Union County? They don't have the chicken houses we got.
They got a lot.
They don't have them like we got, not according to them. Now, I'm just telling you what they tell me. I don't know. They,
and in other words, let's move on down the highway. Scotland County, Hoke County. Anson County ain't the only county with a bunch of chicken houses.
I'm not saying they are, Jamie. I'm just saying that when you got 1,200 to 1,500 chicken houses, and you know, and we've checked with everybody we can check with. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm asking is, have we talked to them to figure out how they're fixing their issue?
They've always told me in Richmond County that they have nowhere. I don't know about Richmond County, but he's always told me they don't have anywhere near the number of chicken houses that we've got. Of course, you know, our chicken houses came here, and rightfully so. They have a right to be here, but the lines were ran in this county before we had chicken houses.
Yeah.
And we even had a hog house to call us one Sunday morning that
Very well aware.
lost some hog, and not on our fault. And he said it wasn't on our fault. I want to point that out, but wanted to know this is something else that's happened with some of the chicken houses. Not only are they pulling hard, but some of them have come and got permits to get more water out of hydrants, and like the hog house did. Yeah. But you know, other than going through our engineers and talking to the state to see if there's anything else we could do, we've done everything recommended, and we're flushing right now. Of course, it's always bad on dead ends.
Sure.
It doesn't matter what time.
Water never move. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay. Any other questions for Mr. Sessions on what? Yes, sir.
Is there any way we can change from that sodium permanganate to powdered activated carbon?
That's what we're gonna do.
Excellent.
That's what we're gonna do. That's what I was gonna bring up next. And the engineers are looking at that now. That helps more with odor and stuff. I haven't been getting, I have not been getting complaints about odor. Have you?
Not odor, just discoloration.
Yeah. But I promise you, we flushed and flushed and flushed. And I'll tell you something else we found, and Lynn knows this. We also had some instances where we've been out in the county and found hydrants open that we didn't open.
Open as in running or caps off? Oh.
Somebody stopping and cutting them on, and that hadn't helped. But I'm not blaming on that, but it's tough in a rural area too. That can't happen in the town of Waysboro, but it can happen with us.
I would imagine if the citizens would have had clean water, they probably wouldn't open the hydrant. I would imagine.
Yeah, but we still don't want them.
Well, sure, that's still unauthorized, and they shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, we still don't want. And of course, we're still fighting and this has not caused dirty water, but we're still fighting the fiber optic people. They cut a line tonight.
Yep.
Down in Liceville.
This is a little bit different. I've heard some complaints about meters, bills not being accurate from quite a few different people. How is our meter system? How is that?
Now our meters, they can be, all of them. Most of them are radio read. If they don't pick up when they're going through, then we get a work order and we go back and reread those. And the only way they can be is we make a misread, but we make that right.
Okay.
And we continually try to buy new meters when we had the money, because Chris looked into it. We had meetings with different companies. It's going to cost between $2 million to $3 million to replace all our meters. So we've tried to replace them a little bit at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the long end on a lot of our meters aging out. When a meter ages out, a lot of people don't realize this. The older your meter gets, it slows down. It doesn't.
Right. Well, I realize that, which
it
means
slows down. We want new meters in every.
So which means
everybody.
Right, which means we leave money on the table.
Right, it's our cash register.
And so, right, the water is an integral part of government.
I would love for Anson County to have a meter that, and they make them that could alert you if your meter's been running so long.
Yes.
And it would alert you to your phone. I don't even know if we could do that for $3 million, though, could we?
That was a misread.
Not those.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah, me and Commissioner Leary had that exact conversation last week. Was some type of system to notify a homeowner that their meter is experiencing a leak or continuously running for so long. There's got to be a better way than finding out 30 days later that, oh, you got a water leak. Here's a $500 bill. I think we can improve on that somehow. I don't know how. I'm not in that business, but I wish we could improve that system.
Well,
for this
the
county.
way would be those kind of meters. That would be the way, because we're not going to know either until we.
Well, what is the gate system? I thought that had something to do with telling you about the excessive use of water.
The what now?
The gate system. Think about the gate system.
No, not the skate. Not on.
You're talking about SCADA. SCADA. Yeah, that's just water pressure. In the lines
and the plants and stuff, and
so water tower pressures, things like that.
Yeah, tank levels.
Yeah. Mr. Leary, you got something?
Since you brought it up, is there some way? I know we talked about it a little bit already, but if the bill does show up and it's like 25 times what it normally is there some way to flag it just so somebody can go out there and read the meter? Like in your system?
We actually do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually do that. If Ann and Chris, when they're read and they come back through and she sees what's gonna be billed, if she sees some odd like that, of course, we don't always catch them. We got 5,000 and something.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I was saying. It would almost have to be some type of computer system
Yeah.
that would generate, if it's a 10 or 25% increase over what it was last month, it flags that account, and then it would notify them.
Yeah, hey, it would make it easier on us.
Yeah.
Well, it would make it easier on you, but my whole goal is to make it better for the citizens. It would.
Yeah, but I mean, when I say on us, I mean on us dealing,
Yeah.
because they wouldn't have, they would be alerted.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I walk in and look at mine periodically.
I was out there looking at mine, 10 o'clock Friday night, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, that's good that y'all do alert. I mean, that I understand. I mean, doing everything by person is, you can't catch everything.
There's going to be human error. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. too.
Yeah, well, you reading all.
Because
the
y'all
numbers.
so y'all have people in rotation to check the meters or.
Well, at times we have to use, Chris has to use just about everybody we got at certain times if we got to get them read.
All right. That's again, that's why I brought it up. So, and I'm looking at longevity, right? So when you talk about water, which that is free enterprise of county government, with these meters not being appropriately read, they talked about Mr. Newton and a loss, 30,000 or whatever. We don't know what we're losing at this point when it comes to water.
Well, you
I mean,
don't own an old meter.
Again, so whereas we could assess what some level of loss with,
That's
with
why
the deal.
every year he tries. How many you think you replace? You probably spent over 30 this year already.
Mhm. Right. Well, I mean, good. I mean, I'm just saying, and I mean, I know some cost to us, but, and I'm saying this not for you, but for this board to give consideration to, that this is potentially an expense that we're going to probably need to give some thought to, simply because we're filtrating all this water, but we can't calculate how much of it we're using.
Right.
Well, what bothers me as much, and this has always bothered me, is the people that do open our hydrants that we don't know about. Because that happens in this county.
Right. And so you said to replace these, you said it'd be about how much?
The last we got, it was over a year ago, it was 2 million and something, and some of them were 3 million, right?
2 million, but that's a basic meter. If you want the meter that alerts the customer and does all those extra things, you're looking at more money for the meter, of course.
Well, my interest in the meter that's going to give an accurate reading, so the bill is accurate. I mean,
it's different types of meters. You can get a meter for $20 that accurately read, but that means the employee would have to actually go read the meter.
No, yeah, well, okay.
If you get one that's electronic, it's gonna be more money. You got 2 different parts to pay for that. You have the node, which is $130, and then you have the meter itself is $180.
Okay.
So you're looking at $300+ for 1 meter.
Per meter. And about how many meters?
Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. And roughly about how many meters would 5,000? Okay.
In that 5,000, I'm just telling you what a basic residential meter is. Now we start talking about 2, 4, 6-inch meters.
Right.
They're considerably higher costs.
On the commercial.
40,000. Isn't that right?
Yeah, ADC, we just put in an 8-inch for them. That's $40-some thousand.
Just out of curiosity, for that money, is it does it alert them if their water bill's high?
No, it's just a regular.
You said y'all put, where was
That's
that?
how you pay for the meter.
Where they said it put?
Are your chicken farms in?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
What have you got, 2-inch meters on them?
1 inch, I think. 1 inch, I think.
1 inch?
I think so, yes. I don't know, but my bill's high, I can tell you that.
Mike, what
I was gonna
size,
say, what about,
what size is the one for the halal slaughterhouse up in Ansonville? That I think it was like 25,000,
It was 4 inch.
4 inch.
Well, I think it's closer to 30,000.
Now, that was just the basic materials. They won't include installing,
But
which I told them.
but these meters pay for themselves over time, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's commercial meter. Yeah.
You would hope with anything like that, you would hope.
And look, I know, because I know money is super, super tight, but, and I know everybody that comes up right here needs more money, but I think if I was gonna invest in meters, I would try to wait until I could get the kind that can alert.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna stay the same if you don't.
Yeah,
okay, that's where I was going. Thank you. We got an idea of how many meters we need and what the cost would be. Why not work in that direction? So many meters per year. And it might take several years to get it done, but let's go ahead and start working on it.
But that's what we've been doing now.
But we're not putting any electronic meters, are we? Or are we?
Oh, yeah.
We are putting them in?
Those-
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not, we're not putting the ones that alert you.
But that's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're not putting in the ones that alert you, but it'll alert the meter reader itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we could work towards when we're doing our next budget, just see how many we can replace, say.
Yeah, well, Mr. Woodward, I'm not sure about that. We would have to do some more research on that, because I think when we do those, you got to have,
They have repeaters
and all that.
But
so-
you would be able to read them from the office.
But the thing about it, we get a number for what all that takes.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with it, and then see what we can work and how many we can do in a year. And
Yeah. What
Yeah.
the thing is that I was saying though is, like, say, Mr. Gatewood meters got old. I mean, if you were in the county
Right.
and yours had got old, the same repeater might not, you know what I'm saying?
I
mean, you don't
understand.
wanna put, I know that sounds crazy, but.
No, I
You need to put them section at the time if you do, don't you agree with that? For those.
You have
Yep.
to.
Whatever it is, you know, we need to know how many we need, or what the cost is gonna be, so we can determine what, some kind of a time frame, and say, we'll do X number each year. I mean, it may take 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to get them all, but I mean, at least we get there.
Yeah.
The shelf life is only 10 years though, basically.
Well, but at least you get there, and then you start over,
So if
replacing
if
the ones
took-
that's 10
if it
years
took you
old.
10 years to do half the system, then you're gonna be back in the same hole after 10 more years.
Once you start over replacing the ones that's 10 years old. I mean, so what, you gotta have a plan, you gotta do something to move forward. If you don't do anything, you're gonna stay where you are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so
Or
I get
further
a
behind.
quote of how much it'll be to replace all 5,000. Because that's what you're gonna have to end
Yeah,
up doing.
and,
eventually.
you know, not just the meters, but the other things you mentioned that have to go with
That's
that.
just
So
for the
maybe we
town.
can look at some way to at least start working on it, so that we can get there somewhere along the line.
They can do it.
And
It
I
might
got-
not even happen in our lifetime, but at least somebody will know it started and they got to finish it.
That's right.
Yeah. And I got a report today, which I thought was a good report.
Yeah.
On this lead service line. I had a meeting with them today. Right now, what they have looked at is, we got, now there's gonna be some more, but so far we only got 33 in question. You know, people's homes.
Homes, oh, okay, right,
So-
yeah.
33 homes with lead service?
That's question possible.
Okay.
They may not be, but in October, Chris and I, that's when we'll start going out, and, we can go to a house that they thought there might be a question, but say I go to your house and say, Jamie, is your house, was it built after 86? That'll take it off automatically.
Okay.
Where they told me today, which thank the Lord we're not in this predicament, that they've seen some people they're working for that's already up to 20%.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised ours is that low. It's at 33 potential. Like I figured it'd be a lot higher.
Yeah.
So,
But,
Okay.
because they are warning us that they still don't know about, say your house, from the meter to your house is lead. They still hadn't got it all worked out, and I think Lynn knows this too, cause he spent a lot, they still hadn't got it all worked out, who's gonna pay and who's gonna do that work to replace that line.
So,
And what I'm concerned of, we've asked that question to the engineers, they don't have the answer, is, what if that whole program gets dozed? Right, Mike?
Yeah, they're scared, James. We talked about this today, that they feel like that down the road, that there'll be grant money out there to do that. But then who's gonna take care, what if we have 500 people in this county that can't replace their line? That, who's gonna oversee that it's done? This worries me, and I won't be around for this, cause this program goes on for 10 years. But say we come up there and get somebody to replace your line, and you have a water leak going forward, years down the road, you know who you're gonna call? Anson County Water.
Well,
There's a lot of questions about this program
Yeah.
still.
well, all we can do is do the inventory that we've been tasked to do now, and once we get that number, we can submit it, and if they come up with the funding or how we're going to implement putting them in, we'll complete the task then. But right now, we'll continue with the inventory
They
assessment.
told me today too, they realize that we're probably gonna go to some people that they do find out it's got it, and they're gonna say, no.
And say no.
Don't
So,
mess with our line.
Yeah.
We've lived here all our life, and
I've changed mine out. I mean, I had metal lines and they were
I have a
too hard
question
to work
for
on
you.
if we got a leak.
Yeah.
So I
You
took
said the
it down and
fiber
put
optic
PVC
is
in.
cutting lines. Is there any kind of repercussions when they cut the line, or y'all just have to come out and replace it?
tonight they cut it was just one house, but our guys are going to fix it. They cut a service line, so they cut
Behind the
it's only-
meter?
That only left one house out, and it's on 74 right there.
Yeah, I'm 74, but. what
Well,
we
Saturday they
normally-
cut over there by us, and the whole neighborhood was out.
Yeah, that was a big transmission line there though.
Yeah, that was the line on 52, caused a lot of
Yeah.
people to be out.
Oh, okay.
But to her question,
I was finna answer.
when a
What's the-
contractor hits a line, if there was a locate done and they hit it, it's on them and you bill them for the repairs.
You send them the bill, now do they pay it?
Who follows up on if they pay it?
I just keep sending them bills, invoices. I mean, I don't have a recourse unless we take them to court, which by the time you take them to court, you wasting
For
your
a
money.
service line.
Is this a contractor, Mike, for Spectrum?
It's different ones. We
Yeah,
got some for,
I don't know.
we
I
have
don't
some
know
for
who that is tonight.
DOT in the area. You got Metro Tech. You have some for Spectrum as well.
But there are contractors that are doing work for Spectrum.
For the
Yes.
yes.
Okay,
That's another thing.
send me
That's
all
a good
those,
point,
send me
too.
all
That
those,
is another thing.
send me all the bills that have not been paid.
Yes, I would like to see a report of the bills that have not been paid by a contractor that's working for Spectrum, because we will get paid.
Okay.
So, I'm telling you right now.
I
So
say
yes.
from anybody,
Okay.
but Spectrum in particular.
So,
Will do.
okay.
And I don't know if y'all notice this, and we do, cause we're in this business, you probably don't, but you'll have a group putting line in right here,
Mhm.
and you'll have a different group putting line in a quarter of a mile
Yeah.
and they're here today and gone tomorrow.
But as long as they're a contractor under the Spectrum
Spectrum.
company, we will get paid. So,
Is this Spectrum or Windstream?
really any utility, if there's any utility, any provider that's had a contractor working just send a report of any unpaid utility bill that was done on a contractor's expense.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. So, okay.
If you know whether it's Spectrum versus Windstream, let us know. Because somebody cut a line close to downtown, so last week for two and a half days, a lot of your departments for the county were down. And so I had people that I had to let work remote because they were on Spectrum at home, or like they were on Spectrum down at the Annex building, which still had internet service. And also, if they wanted to get on Edmonds to do financial work
Yes.
in this building, you couldn't. 2.5 days.
And I wish there was some type of repercussion we could get, we could get some of that back. But I don't know on that, but I know on the water line, we can get reimbursed for that. Or that we can get that repair bill paid. So, all right, any other questions for our utilities department? All right. Hearing none, I appreciate the report. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Right.
All right.
She's coming already, Miss Tanya Bird.
He's ready.
Last public hearing of the night.
Or the morning.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I didn't think to get breakfast.
All right,
before
guys,
the
I'll
reading.
try to be quick. I know y'all ready to go. Yesterday, the Acts Advisory Board met, and in giving the board members my concerns with my staffing issues, they're all in agreement that we need to do something fairly quickly with the staffing situation. Although my staff and myself, we have all come together, worked really hard to keep everything running smoothly for the residents. But in us doing that, it has put my full-time staff working a lot of overtime hours just since July. And I don't have, everything is just kind of an average right now because I've been in class today. So I don't have the exact numbers, but I think I'm pretty close. Just since July, the first week of July, my full-time drivers, they have 267 hours of overtime. I have a full-time admin support position that is available, and it is covered 85% by a 5311 admin grant that I get from NCDOT. If I do not use that funding, NCDOT takes that in consideration, and in the following years, they will take that funding from Anson County. So they will not allow us to have that in the following years if I do not collect on it. With no one in that position, I'm not able to claim those funds for the quarter. And I also have 3 part-time driving positions that are available. We are in very high demand for Anson County. Transportation is very important to the residents of Anson County. We do a little over 2,000 trips a month for the residents of Anson County, and we turn quite a few trips away every month just because I don't have the staff to transport everybody or the vehicles to transport everybody that we need to transport. I do understand that the county is in a current financial situation, but with the drivers working all the overtime that they're working, it is costing more than it would be to have another staff member. And so I just wanted to make you all aware of, you know, what we had going on and what it was costing the county in order for us to be able to continue to do this for the residents. But with my part-time drivers that have stepped up and helping us out, I have 3 that are already at 700 hours for the year, and we're just in August. And I have 1 that is at 800 hours and 1 that's already at 900 hours. And if any of the part-time reach, it's either 1,000 or 1,080 hours, the county then has to pay them benefits. So then that's going to cost even more money. So then it would be to hire another position to work 20, give or take, hours a week. With all the overtime, I don't want to risk burning the drivers out and opening up more positions. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys, make you all aware. And our trip cost that we do get does cover the operational cost, which does include my driver salaries. And, you know, if allowed to open at least the admin position, it is covered by the 5311 by 85%. So it's a 15% local match for the county. And that position would be able to drive as well because that is also in their job description as well. So, and then that would also keep, if we're able to do that, that would keep the county from losing that funding.
So you need 1 admin position, unfrozen, correct? And
Yes,
that's
sir.
a 15% cost to the county.
Yes, sir.
And a driver, you said another driver?
I have 3 part-time.
You need to make 1 full-time?
I have 1 full-time admin staff
Okay.
that is available.
So if you just get that position, that's all you need?
That would be very helpful.
Okay, because you said 267
My
hours of
full-time drivers,
overtime for
yes.
your drivers.
Yes, just the drivers. They have 267 hours of overtime just since the first week of July. That's as far back as I went today.
Yeah. So my question is, you're requesting for the admin to be unfroze,
Yes.
and that's it.
Yes, because I do not want the county to lose that funding, and they would also be able to help drive.
Okay.
And so that would free up some of those hours, and that way it would help some of the part-time not go over their hours, because the part-time stepped up trying to help cover the shortage.
All right.
And so I do have with my part-time staff, I have several that are older, so we have to watch their hours so it doesn't get into their SSI. Or whatever it may be.
I get what you're saying. I make the
yes.
motion that we unfreeze that position.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ellerby to unfreeze one admin position for the ACTS department. And we have a second by Commissioner Gatewood. Is there any other discussion on that?
Yeah, because cool with this, but 267, is this going to help cut down on your overtime? Because it doesn't sound like that. I mean, I'm okay with the admin position. That's a 15% cost, and she can also help with driving, right?
Correct.
Or he or she can help with driving.
Correct.
You said you have employees racked up 267 hours of overtime since the first week in July. Okay?
Correct.
So that's 400 regular hours that somebody could have worked to match that same amount.
Correct.
Is this admin person going to help cut down that 267 hours of overtime? What do we need to get away from paying out 267 hours of overtime that a regular paid employee could have worked 400 hours for that same cost?
The
Where do
part-time
we-
driving positions would cut down on that.
Yes.
The admin will help, but it's not going to cut it all the way down.
That's not going to cut
No.
out your overtime.
No.
Andrew, what?
So do you need, you've got 3 part-time admin, driver positions, right?
Yes.
So would you like to also have those 3?
It would be very helpful, yes, sir.
If they were full time.
No, they would still be part-time, but they would cut down all the overtime. So you'd have the admin
Yes.
full-time.
Asking for 3 more part time.
3 more part-time drivers.
Right. That's
Yes.
that's what I was asking. I was already sold to make the motion because it's he
Yes,
was the
3
commissioner.
part-time.
Right. I was just curious about the 267 hours of overtime, and that's overtime by people driving at the same time. So 3 more positions part time. So I'll retract my motion or amend it rather, and say to unfreeze the admin position and to add an additional 3 part-time drivers.
Second.
All right, so the amended motion on the floor is to unfreeze the one admin position and add 3 additional part-time employees to the ACTS department. We have a second by Commissioner Gatewood. Any other discussion on that? Mr. Leary, you got something?
Those overtime hours, is that coming from part-time or overtime? I mean, part-time or full-time employees?
Full-time.
Okay. Okay.
And also, from what I mentioned earlier, this is just to give y'all a little bit more information. If we get the new software, that will also help out as well.
Which that was approved earlier.
Yes.
That's all.
We discussed that yesterday, because it will be able to, one of the full-time positions that I have now, it will free them up even more to be able to drive, so. Yes.
How many hours would the admin person that you want to add, how many hours would they be have to drive?
It would just depend on what we need them for. It is the front desk, and since that's been open, I have been doing that position. But being that it's the end of the fiscal year, I've had to do some work that had deadlines, so I've pulled one of the drivers in, part-time drivers in. She has picked up a very quick learner, and so she sits in some and does everything that needs to be done in there, and she also drives. So it would just be as needed. You know, on the days that we were really, really busy, she would be sitting in the office, or he would be sitting in the office, and then they would also drive. it would be depending on how busy our schedule would be that day.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion.
Yes,
and
any
a
other
second.
discussion on the motion on the floor?
I call the question.
Do what?
I would call the question.
Okay, all right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So, all right, Mr. Manager, anything else from you?
Not at this time, unless there was questions to be asked.
All right, any questions of the manager at this point? All right,
Just to piggyback off the overtime, if there's anybody spending a whole lot of money in overtime that could benefit from another part-time employee especially, then let's cut off on that overtime.
yes.
And Miss Ingram's watching, because she's still here too. She packed an overnight bag as well as something to eat, so I'm just kidding. But she is listening, so we've already texted back and forth about this, so she's on the JOB.
Awesome.
We'll see if there is some way we can cut down on it, because we've done it in other areas.
30 minutes. Thank you. I'm sorry. Called the hospital to see if I was still alive.
That's- all right.
Apologize.
I got a question for you on the water department, old water department facility. Do you know where we are in emptying the gas tank or fuel tank so we can dispose of that property?
Wendell's still working on that. We haven't got it completely done yet, so I'll check with him again tomorrow about where he is and if we can expedite it. Because we've been trying to use everything out of it, so we're not wasting gasoline we've already paid for.
I'll tell you what, we make an announcement tonight. I'm sure there's some people will go by there tomorrow and get this.
Is that the only thing remaining? Is there any equipment in the buildings or?
Yeah, I think the sheriff has a couple of vehicles there, not in the building, obviously, and
We got some equipment in the building. when they
some
broke it
equipment.
out of
Yeah,
the building.
I go back with Wendell and take another look at it. It was not cleaned out very well, as Vice Chairman Mims knows. When we went over there the other week to look and see if we could turn it into some offices as opposed to selling it.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious on where we stood on that. In other words, the day we get the gas tanks emptied, we should be ready to move forward with it. But if we're still working on getting equipment out,
We give that gas away.
we need to be doing that, now. So
Could we actually give it away? The gas.
that's
No, they're not giving it away.
then we got to figure out
Could we?
where to go.
Oh,
Could we give it this, well, sell it? Just holding off a sale for a property.
All right, that's all I had for the manager. I was going to announce in the chairman's report about our sheriff's department event, National Night Out that was tonight, but that was
I think we missed it.
2.5 hours ago, so
We
no
missed
point
it.
in mentioning that.
Been over.
Anyway, that's all I got for the chairman's report. So I'll open the floor for commissioner concerns.
Well, I had two citizens that asked me about, I think it was 2 months ago, Nick, when we were at the planning board meeting and they talked about tin being as an underpinning for trailers, but they didn't get the thickness. I would like to make a motion to let Nick draft some wording that citizens, if they want to put in a mobile home, they can use tin, but he needs to get the gauge of the tin to put under the bottom for mobile home, like what goes on the roofs. There was a question about the thickness of the tin in the planning board meeting. Because right now it's currently brick or block.
I was going to say, I think currently the policy or the plan calls for block or brick underpinning only. And I think the planning board, from what I've gathered through the meetings that I've attended, is that their preference is to stick with that.
We didn't have a vote on it. I asked the board to give a kind of informal consensus due to some conversations on the matter. Right now, depending on how the manufactured home is classified, which can be a mobile home or an offering modular, depending on how it's classified, it can be masonry, which is brick, or stone, or block. In some limited cases, it could be K-Rock, which is like that. It's a real thick vinyl poly resin that looks like stone or brick, but it's not. In some discussions over the past 2 meetings with the planning board, informally, the consensus, I would say 6-1, has been to stick with the current regulations. But if the board would like otherwise, I mean, at your pleasure, I can draft something for a proposal.
And that current regulation is what is similar to surrounding counties?
Yes, that's one thing the planning board had asked me to look at was what does surrounding counties in the region do? And I will say from that research, most of them do require masonry underpinning. And even many of the municipalities in their own county require that. There was a few limited instances otherwise, but most of them were masonry.
I mean,
That's the case, it probably needs to stay like it is.
my opinion is if the surrounding counties are doing it, our zoning ordinance already calls for it, and the planning board agrees with staying with what we've got, I think that's what we should stay with, but obviously this board can override what the planning board's thoughts are. So,
I think years ago when the planning board put that in place, it was because of what happens with tin and other items like that. It was determined that masonry was better in appearance and lasted longer.
more durable, yeah.
More durable, right, there you go, thank you.
Well, I'm just asking for some citizens.
Okay. I mean, I understand because I know there's been citizens that have come to the planning board, and I just, like I said, if it was just the planning board wanting that, I could see it, but surrounding counties have the same policy in effect. I don't think we're doing anything different above or beyond what they're doing, so, but we do have a motion by Commissioner Mims to change that.
It does require a hearing, I believe, because you're changing the zone. You're changing.
I think Mims was putting, correct me if I'm wrong, you were just asking
For language.
Yeah.
for me to explore it, not
Yeah.
to bring
Yeah.
anything for proposal right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I just had a couple citizens just keep asking me about it.
So is that your motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Mims for our planning director to research allowing alternate materials other than what our policy calls for now for underpinning on mobile homes or manufactured homes. We have a second by Commissioner Gatewood. Any other discussion?
He said that's research.
That's just research, yes, yeah. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay, any other commissioner concerns? Comments?
The $14 million statement, 12 months, we've spent or moved $14 million of our cash on hand, went down from 48 million to 34 million. I made a request to kind of to have a statement of what our accounts are, what the balances are in each account that we have. I hadn't received that yet, but I would like some clarity on that. $14 million over a 12-month period. I've had questions about it, which I have questions of my own because when the statement was made. So,
okay, Mr. Stossman, is that something you can?
Yeah. And can I get an email or not? I don't know if it'll be an email, print out, whatever, of every account that we have. What our accounts, what the balance are of our accounts. Every account. Every account that we have. And then the cash on hand account or the general fund, I'm assuming is what she meant, where we went from 48 million to 34 million over a 12-month period. I'm just curious as to.
It's primarily because the budget that you adopted, we're not bringing enough money. If Larry collected every penny that he bills, it still would not be enough because your tax base is not sufficient enough based on your tax rate.
Understood.
That's the problem.
I mean, so are we averaging moving that amount of money per month? I mean, I'm just saying over the last 24 months.
It varies because it depends on how much we have to give to the schools on a basis, or else the AEDC, and also our contracts that we have out. If we've got some big HVAC units that have to be replaced, and that's a big hit.
That's roughly about 1.2 million a month. So I don't know. Maybe no one else had any questions about that or wondered about it. I just know 14 million over a 12-month. Nobody that doesn't raise any eyebrows.
Not over the 12 months, because whatever we appropriated in our budget, they're not going to spend over that. In other words, whatever she spent, we already appropriated in the budget. So,
Okay.
just
So
because
that
it-
was appropriated for that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just want to see it.
And no, I'm not arguing.
Well,
You're
I don't
asking-
want to. I don't want to just see it. There's people asking me
Yeah, I
about
know,
it,
but that's
so
what
I
you're
can't give an
asking.
answer to what I don't understand.
Yeah, you're asking, do we have a problem with it?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't, because I know we've already budgeted that amount.
Budgeted that amount,
But I'm
we're
not
operating
questioning
in the
you
budget.
wanting to
Okay,
see that.
yeah,
So, yeah, if you want to see that from the finance director, by all means, you're.
I mean, I want to be able to give an explanation.
Yeah.
Not,
So,
it ain't about me seeing it. It's an explanation that I can give.
yeah, that's just
Because
part
I
of
mean,
the
other
budget.
people heard it.
Sure. That was just part of the budget. We approved the budget, and if we spend all of the, I think our budget's $50 million. If we spend all $50 million in 1 week, we're going to see a $50 million reduction in our account. But we didn't overspend; it was already budgeted.
It's already budgeted.
So,
But then we won't
I
have
understand
anything
it,
left for the
but-
rest of the year.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
I-
I'm just using.
I understand that aspect. I'm just saying, but
Okay.
what was budgeted and what is coming out of the cash on hand, or
Like you won't see a
Yeah,
breakdown.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I would say should email it to you, but I'm not sure how much capacity you have on your email to get something that big.
I'm pretty sure if I can't hold it, the cloud can.
Okay. Any other commissioner concerns? All right. Do we have a need for closed session with our attorney tonight? That's right, you do. So we do have an item. What is it? For personnel. What is it?
Animal shelter.
Okay. So I will entertain a motion to go into closed session for, I guess,
I make a
personnel
motion, we go into
action
closed
items in
session.
a department. So, what?
I make that motion.
We got a
We go
motion
into
to
closed
enter by
session.
Commissioner Ellerby. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Everybody's out of the room. So are you off?
Oh, that's right. I gotta wait for this.
Now, it records before that thing starts moving now. It does it.
We back in?
Come back on, then I make my motion.
It's live now.
All right, Mr. Woodburn.
Okay, I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Motion to come out of closed session by Mr. Woodburn, second by Commissioner Mims. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Let's verify with Mr. Forbes. Nobody's still here, hopefully. All right. At this time, is there any other business to conduct tonight?
No, sir.
I'll
Motion to
entertain
adjourn.
a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Woodburn, second by Commissioner Little Reed.